So here we are, and recently I just got notice from the Astellia people that unfortunately Astellia service will be terminated today. Okay, so we thought we had an extra day, but unfortunately, yeah, that's not gonna happen. They changed it a couple times. At first, the first termination day, I believe, was either the 28th or the 29th of the month. And then they changed it to the 18th, which is technically tomorrow, right? Which makes sense because, Avalon, coincides with that ending. But for some reason, they decided to just cut everything short one day. So Avalon will be cut short by one day. So I'm here now attempting to burn some tickets on a couple dungeons. I was here in Avalon just farming points, we already won Avalon pretty much. We up ahead by almost, I don't know, 1.25 million points. So, it's on the wraps. And our enemy is not going to be able to make up the points difference. And to be honest, we have, a whole bunch of stones. We technically have 7 stones. We had 8, but then, someone from the other faction, the third faction, grabbed one of them. So technically, the main enemy only has 1 stone, and we got 7. So Avalon was a success. Very, very happy that my guild was able to win, Avalon last week of Astellia. That was one of our goals, to try and end everything in an epic manner, and that was an epic fight, an epic showdown from a person, from an enemy that felt that they were entitled to win Avalon. They've been winning Avalon and everything, and we're pretty much newbies to Avalon, but we're still able to beat the enemy. So that was actually a pretty high point for us, and so yeah, Astellia ends today at 7 p.m. Pacific time, which I believe is 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So what I'm gonna do now is just go ahead and leave Avalon. So as you can see here, our faction is up by quite a bit. Pretty much 1.25 million points, and the enemy only has 12 hours to try to make up the difference, and they're not active because they should have given up a long time ago. They were trying to cause problems or whatnot, but they didn't stand a chance. We responded right away to everything they did. So this was a victory for us, EOS faction. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to EOS base. And then our guild, this is our guild right here. And we put this together literally in the last few days prior to Astellia being closed. And yeah, so we have a number of people on here, and we're gonna see if yeah, we can see some of these people show up today. I'm not even sure if most of them even know that Astellia is done today. So anyways, I'm heading back to base now. Nothing in the product vault. We do have 17. What is this? Oh, dungeon tickets and such. Okay, nothing important. Okay. Alright, so moving back to base. So it's almost over, folks. Almost over. And then the plan is for myself and some of my friends to just hang out at the fountain in Mayville, just to see what happens as the server shuts down. Just gonna sit there and waiting for the bitter end, see what that looks like, if it looks like anything at all. Been having some issues logging in today, so there's always a possibility that people might have issues logging in as we reach the end there. So I have some issues logging in. I have to try a couple of times to try and get in here, and I'm not gonna log off. Not gonna do that. I'm just gonna stay logged in. So I'm trying to see if I can stream a couple times. I'm gonna do a couple dungeons right now because I don't think I have everything recorded just yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave Avalon. And what we're gonna do is oh, there's the image of the Aral cave dragon. You know, that's one of the dungeons I'm trying to run today. Once my friends get around to it, you know, once they log in and they're ready to rock, then we'll try to do this dragon right here. You see in this cut uh scene. We'll try to do Aral cave, and I tend to do the library for one of my other streamer friends. And yeah, I'm just gonna continue recording. I'll do a couple dungeons, and then I'm gonna do a little tour of Astellia. You know, probably start in Mayville, and then work my way through the entirety of the world. Go to Athlon and whatnot. You know, have all that recorded as well. So after we do a couple dungeons and the grand tour, at that point I'm gonna be shutting down the stream, and then we'd attempt to stream later on today near the close. Well, I might even do 3 streams. I'm not even sure. Maybe at least 2, maybe even 3, because I'm gonna have to run some dungeons with my friends if they're available, and then after that, you know, I'll stream once again for the end of Astellia. So let's see. That shall be interesting or not interesting at all. You know, a lot could be happening or not much at all. We'll see what we'll see. We'll be here to record it all. We'll be here when the deed happens, man. When they actually pull the plug, physically pull the plug on this game, never to be seen ever again. Okay, we have a whole lot of stuff on here. See if I can go ahead and sell all this.
Cheap. It's very cheap.
Sell all this stuff. Get rid of this. Ooh, those are Avalon items. Put those over here. Supposed to be Avalon treasure. And all these rooms.
Good luck.
Okay, so going into those dungeons, and they've been increasing the loots, so I might as well just get rid of this. Make sure I have the room for the dungeons. All this garbage as well. Get rid of all of this stuff. Yeah, so well, so that was an interesting thing. This game has had a lot of ups and downs and controversies. But all in all, you know, I mostly played this game over time for the aspects that I did like about it. Not so much for the stuff I didn't like, but at some point it just became kind of unbearable, you know? A lot of things going on. They started having issues with security from the very beginning. You had people doing things they weren't supposed to do, and at first they were very active in doing, you know, discipline and stuff. And even that was kind of controversial because people that had nothing to do with the actual hacking and other controversies were actually punished for it. And then, you know, that itself caused some controversies, and it caused some people, prominent people in the community, to, you know, essentially threaten to leave. So that was a rocky start to things right there. But just too many things went wrong with the game, you know? Way too many things went wrong. Okay, let me get rid of that.
Cheap. It's very cheap.
Okay, there you go. 71 million Asper. Nothing to spend it on. Let me go to the to the auction house. You know, it should be completely empty. It was kind of bizarre, you know. A couple weeks ago when I started covering the shutdown, there was still a couple items there. Ooh, look, they're still selling stuff here for a 2,000 Asper. That's funny. It's kind of depressing to even see that. A couple weeks ago, they were still relatively active. You have anything of worth, to be honest, but you still have like some activity. And then eventually, so nothing here, no runes. See, you're setting any runes? No runes, no star jewels, crafting element, nothing. Completely empty, guys. First time I've ever seen this. Consumables, nothing. Unbind, nothing. Customization, nothing. Still, skin coupon, nothing. So I wonder how many people know that they're shutting down today and not tomorrow. So this is all they have right here. 4 items, and they're not even level 50, they're level 23s. And that's it, you know. Should I just buy it just for funsies to clear everything? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do that. Let's purchase this, the caster armor. Whoa, what's going on? It won't let me buy it. Interesting. Unable to buy this. It's all uncommon stuff. So somebody's just doing this as a joke, probably. Okay, well,
Are you satisfied with your trade?
an empty auction house. You know, the world is coming to an end. Alright, so should we do the grand tour for... Oh, I have to go ahead and turn in this legendary dungeon that I did the other day with my friends. Okay, and then Lilith.
Prepare for coming battles in the Colosseum.
I got a weekly that I'm never gonna finish because, you know, this is the last day, so the maximum you can get is 2. And I have no idea if you can get it. I've never been able to get like an extra Coliseum ticket that same day. And there's my friend Kit. So he's here ready for, you know, this is where we're supposed to meet for the end of everything, you know? So he's just sitting there, you know, logged in because he doesn't want to have login issues later on. And then when the time comes, we'll be right here, you know, just to watch everything. You know, at first, you know, they said it, you know, when I understood there was for tomorrow, I wasn't expecting to be there because, you know, I'm not going to be for around that time when they were supposed to shut down. But given the fact that doing it today, now I get an opportunity to do that, and I'm happy about that. All right, then, so let me see what dungeons we can do just to have a record. I'm not going to do any legendary crazy stuff because, of course, you know, for T2 dungeons like these, I'm going to need to run with friends. I don't have recordings for Sansara or Temple of Blessings. So at some point I have to do those 2. Hopefully I get enough people to run those today. Most likely it's gonna be a suicide mission because, you know, we don't have a tank, and then we kind of, I don't know. We'll see who's active. There's few level 52 people to properly run those dungeons. I already did these. Lagash. I don't know if I have Lagash on record. I think I do have Lagash recorded. So what I'm gonna do is just, okay, I have these recorded for sure, for sure. So what I'm gonna do is go to the party dungeons, which is for 4 people, and then I'm gonna run this one here, Aral Cave for 4 people, and then I attempt to run. Let's see here, Temple of Blessings, and let me see, and Sansara. Well, I don't think I need Temple of Blessings. I think I already had that one. Well, you know, my friend did record this one, but I don't think I have this one on, you know, recorded. So I'm gonna have to run that one as well. I do have my Carzon, so I'm gonna go into a Raw Cave and Character Group Party Dungeon. This was supposed to be for 4 regular powered people. Obviously, I can run this by myself because I'm way past this. I'm in Legendary Dungeons. But let me go in here just so I can record it. It's 3 dungeon tickets. Hopefully, well, I have some tickets that I can redeem as well, and I have a secondary character. I got my Hey, Angry Scootsman, how you doing there? So today, it's the last day of Astellia, Scootsman. Okay. So I'm gonna stream, and Curly's planning to do so as well. I'm scurrying, desperately trying to get the last piece of footage so I can have it all on record because I don't have everything on just yet. But today is the last day. It's supposed to be tomorrow, but they moved it to today. So I'm kind of like scurrying, trying to see if I can get this done. There's a crappy dungeon. There's a legendary one, but I don't have people to run it with right now. So I have to run this by myself in an attempt to get this recorded because the legendary is no guarantee of you to get the legendary today. Yep, last day. And no idea what I'm gonna do with myself after this. I did speak to Curly earlier today. And yeah, you'd like to run a couple dungeons as well, but let's see if we have a chance to do that. Alright, let's try to pick everything up here. Oh, what a crazy situation with this game. The initial close date was the 29th of October, right before Halloween. And then they changed the closing day a couple of times and pushed it back a couple of times. And then unexpectedly yesterday we got that notice that they're shut down tonight. So the shutdown time is gonna be 7 p.m. tonight. Which is basically 10 p.m. Eastern time, daylight time, yeah. Running this dungeon is supposed to be, I haven't run this in a long time, especially not the non-legendary, and this dungeon's supposed to have the dragon, and Curly wanted to film the legendary one with the dragon on there, the iconic dragon, but last time I ran this there was no dragon. The dragon was actually added later once the legendaries became available, so I have no idea if I see a dragon here or not. Okay, so yeah, this looks basically like the legendary dungeon. Let's get that cutscene in there on the record as well. At first, this guy used to be the first and only boss for this particular dungeon, and then something happened. And then now he's like the mid boss, and then you have the dragon in the end. Hopefully, I can see a dragon here. That'd be nice. So they don't have solo dungeons for every single dungeon type. So unfortunately, oh, you see, yeah, exactly. That was it. See, we don't get to see the dragon. The dragon is only available in the legendary dungeon. Wow, that's so sad. So sad. So now I have to get my friends to run with me to see to get that dragon on film. Well, that kind of sucks. That's kind of awful. Okay, well, let's hope that Curly and some of the other guys get on later on. Yeah, this is the dragon I'm talking about. And Curly was asking me about it. So, hey, is that a dragon? So, yeah, there is a dragon dungeon. And that's the Oral Cave. I'm going to try and get that on film today. We definitely have to try and do that one. I think we can run it with 3 people because it's a T2, but it's not one of the tougher ones like Temple of Blessings. So I'm trying to get all this stuff recorded. Oh, for crying out loud. What a mess. For those that were following our Avalon exploits, we were able to win Avalon for the last week as well. The enemy wasn't giving up. It was a tough fight. Last week we were literally going to school. We had no idea what we were doing. Curly, myself, and some of other friends were trying to figure out the math, and then we figured it out. And then we went out there and completely destroyed the enemy this week, and we were able to, pretty much more than double the score on them. So so that was pretty successful. Very proud of that. To be the last stand here and come out on top. All right, so let me see what else we can do. Yeah, this okay, Trem. Yeah, Trem, this game is shutting down in just a few hours. Supposed to shut down tomorrow, and then they went ahead and changed their minds yet again. Supposed to shut down at first on the 29th of October, and then they changed the shutdown date to the 18th, which is tomorrow, and now they changed it yet again. I guess they wanted to shut down tomorrow because of Avalon, but now they changed their mind again. Now they changed it. It's gonna shut down inside of 12 hours. So we only got 11 hours before the apocalyptic end of Astellia. 3 years, and everything's gonna come to a screeching end. As you can see down here, let me show you something here. This is my friend Kit, and he's already logged on because people have been having like login issues. And he's made sure to log in because he wants to be here when the bitter end comes, you know. So this is supposed to be the meeting place. We're gonna meet here, and then in a few hours, in less than 12 hours, yeah, like in 11 hours or so, when everything shuts down, he wants to be here. That's why he's already logged on and ready to rock. And then Curly says he's gonna be here as well. For those of you that know Curly, he's gonna be here. And okay, so I'm gonna try and run another dungeon. Right, what I'm doing here. It's just, it may seem pointless, but it means something to me and some other people, you know, because we're never going to see this game again, and we want to have everything recorded, okay? So I'm making some videos of stuff. I've had videos of a lot of these already, but there's a couple of them I haven't had, so I'm going to try and run a couple of these real quick. Okay, let's do Sansara Fortress, and then Temple of Blessings. This one is the toughest legendary dungeon. You know, it's the only dungeon with 3 bosses, but I can't do it now. I'm gonna do the lower version of that. I got to wait for my friends to come and help me out so we can tackle the legendary dungeon, and then we're gonna try and record that one. That one is really difficult. It's like 3 bosses instead of 2, and yes, it's really, really, really difficult. You kind of need to have TT gear for that one. So Curly, you know, he's probably gonna die a few times. Trying, but we bring him along. We try to, you know, tow him over the line the best we can. Try and carry him. He's kind of heavy carry, but we'll try. Okay. All right. So here we are in Sansara Fortress. These guys should be easy. I don't think these guys are hard at all. I'm gonna run a massive mob and hope not to die. Oh, wait a minute. These guys are hitting me kind of hard. Okay. Okay. Let me kill all you guys. See, because the dungeons are similar, but there's some differences in the legendaries. And you know, for me, it's I guess better to have the crappy ones and not have anything than have nothing at all, you know. And I'm trying to get these. These are not legendary dungeons, but they're meant for 4 people. They're party dungeons, so they're still relatively, you know, they're tougher. I can handle them myself, but you know, they're meant for like 4 normal people. You know, I'm obviously maxed out at T3, so I can probably do this dungeon. The boss is probably gonna be kind of hard though. No legendary. Okay. Yep, game is shutting down. Many things kind of did in this game. So it wasn't pay to win. They did a relatively decent job with that throughout the life of this game. They're making the money mostly off of skins and things like that. Was a lot of controversies with spammers, scammers, gear cheats, and all kinds of different things like that, you know. So yeah, this is a tortured game for sure. And at first, it's starting to enforce things, and then they didn't seem to do a very good job of that either, because you know they were starting to punish a bunch of people, including people that probably weren't at fault for some of the hacking and stuff that was going on. And you know, so that you know, it's a whole bunch of stuff that happened here. A lot of things went wrong with this game. Uh-oh, my stuff are getting hit. They did something with the aggros in this game. This game wasn't like that before. They They did something with the agros where the tanks now don't take agros, and then the characters can just kind of go around hitting wherever they want. I abandoned this game for like a good 4 months. I just came back to cover the ending. I was pretty much gone from this game for a while, and yeah, they changed a number of things. Okay, I'm gonna leave those guys alone. Okay, let's see what's going on back here. Rusty ancient metal jar. Okay, so there's no loot or anything here. Alright, fine. We're gonna move on. I was gonna skip this, but I said might as well just get everything on film. And then Curly, so the curliest fry, okay, or the curliest underscore fry, he's a fellow streamer. And yeah, you can check him out. I mean, he has YouTube VODs as well. You can go on his YouTube and catch the VODs if you're interested in the game. He has pretty much the entire storyline recorded, and you can you can watch different aspects of the game there. But this game is never to be seen again. Okay, getting close to the first boss. I have a feeling they buffed this dungeon. Doesn't quite feel like a legendary, where it feels a little tougher. Which is supposed to be, because there's a 4-person dungeon. But usually these are pretty easy for a T3 like me, so I don't know. Maybe they did buff these dungeons a little bit. This is the first boss. His name is Burnch the Oathkeeper. Okay. So I'm gonna have Virgo hit him real quick so we can start the fight. Uh-oh. Okay. Fine. Okay. Okay, doesn't seem to be doing much right now. The legendary dungeon is gonna have three bosses. This is the first one. There's the 2 more you have to do. It's kind of crazy. The legendary dungeon, really difficult. It's the toughest dungeon here in the game. Sansara's staff. Yeah, staff ain't doing much. I thought I was supposed to destroy that staff, but it's not. I'm not able to hit it. Okay, let me kick this. Ooh, AOE. Get out of here. He's not hurting my tank very much. Use my ult. Can do some AoE damage. Okay, there you go. Alright. 1 boss down. Whoa. Okay, we keep going up. Ooh, I got Glare 2 and Horseman 2. Nice. Oh, wow. Let's hope these guys don't kill me. There's a lot of mobs right here. Okay, see like Cells can come closer so we can AoE these guys. Try and hit as many of these guys as we possibly can. These guys doing work here, huh? Ooh. Yeah, they definitely buffed this. Let's see if they added the third boss on here. That'd be really cool if they did that. I don't think so, because you know they reserve certain things for legendaries only. So let's wait and see what we got. But okay, 5 minutes. I'm gonna have to refresh that pot. Make sure we don't run out before the dungeon is over. There you go. What's going on back here? Oh, I think this is where you have the assassins and stuff. Oh, no assassins? Oh yeah, there they are. And there we have a treasure chest. Okay. Round up all these guys. To remember to use my sniper mode when up against Braga. Okay. Probably give me $2. Yeah, garbage. What else do we expect?
Yep.
All right. Okay, keep going up. Yeah, this is better than nothing. It's not the legendary, but it's better than nothing. I think we're going up to Braga now. I don't think we're gonna get that third boss. You have to run the legendary for that one. That's pretty much a suicide.
As long as the flame of Sansara burns, Harkle is honorable. I, Braga, will defeat the Astellian and bring down judgment upon the humans' arrogance. Begin the Harkle!
Okay, Braga, let's see what you got. I'm coming for you. Alright, so let me get Ida out of here and see if we can get Virgo to aggro him. And there we go. Okay, this is a... Okay, I'm DPSing pretty good. Okay. Oh man, I made a mistake there though. Yeah, I'll use my sniper for later in the fight. It's not the end of the world, I don't think. Okay, I think these swords you have to hit when they come out. Yep, I have to hit that one. Got one, I have to get the other one. I got glare so I can shoot from far, which is nice. Okay. Okay, now I'm using my sniper mode. Oh, it's a nice chunk. Halfway there. Oh, nice. I got him right there before the sniper was over. Boom. Ads. I'm using my ult so I can get them all. There you go. Ooh, I have to move out of there, huh? Okay, he's almost gone. I'm pretty sure they buffed this, even though it's supposed to be for 4 people. There he is. Done. Okay, well, for what it's worth, that's better than nothing, you know. Let's hope that we can get the legendary later on. Most likely, the reason why I'm burning tickets is because, you know, most likely I have to run with my scholar anyways. Because there's no scholars around, no tanks, you know. I'm the only one that has a level 52 maxed out scholar, so I'm using my archer right now. Okay, so at least I got a couple of the dungeons on film. And I think that's pretty much it. And do a grand tour of Astellia, a boring run all over the different continents and stuff. And then I'll be shutting down this this stream. Yeah, so I don't know if you're here or not, Scootsman, but yeah, Curly's definitely, yeah, I spoke to him a couple hours ago, and yeah, he'll definitely be trying to stream later on. I'm kind of tired really because I had to work during the weekend, and then I travel overnight, and that's, you know, so I still haven't got any sleep. So I just kind of want to get a couple dungeons in. I'm just gonna stay logged in, and then if my friends show up, then I'll probably be streaming again. And if not, then I'm not sure what else I'm gonna show because, you know, we're done here. Um, I'm free to just start a new job working overnights. Oh, okay, well at least you got a job. So it's like oh look, another one of my friends is here. Sybil Danu's here. Okay, let me ask her if she wants to run a dungeon with me. Yeah, well, you know, are you a night person though? Because, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of like a night person, to be honest with you. You know, so I've had jobs at night and during the day, and you know, I don't mind overnight jobs. I like the, you know. Oh, she's gone. Never mind. There's so much for inviting her into a dungeon. Yeah, yeah, it's tiring, you know. But I'm glad to be here though, because of work, I wasn't gonna, you know, catch the ending of all this. Overnight is still kind of weird. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean by weird and everything. Um, because even if you're an evening person, sometimes you're kind of low on energy and things like that. You know, my circadian rhythms get all jacked up and things like that. So I understand where you're coming from.
I will keep an eye on your journey.
You know, given, you know, all the issues going on in the world right now, though, you know, I think that in a way, um, you know, I hope you like the job. You know, and if that's the case, congratulations on your new job. Hopefully it works for you, you know. Hopefully the hours are not so messed up and you at least can have a few days off during the week or something, and you get to relax and recuperate. Alright, so yeah, this is pretty much it. Oh, let me talk to this guy. Looks like there's a dungeon I need to do. That's weird. How did I get this? I didn't run a legendary. That wasn't a legendary dungeon. They still gave me the... Oh, it's a 50 plus dungeon. Okay, I see. So it doesn't have to be legendary. Just a 50 plus. Okay, I see. 4 to 10 hour days, not terrible until peak season hits. Okay, so when is peak season, Scootsman? And then, are you working 40 hours, or are you working like 36, or part-time, or what's going on there with the hours? Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. It's full-time. Oh, all right. All right. Yeah, hopefully, you know, it works out for you. Hopefully it works out for you. I'm not sure for how long you've been out of work or what. It sounds like you just kind of got this job, or you either swapped jobs or you're kind of out of work for a little bit. But, you know, yeah, work is work, you know. And it's 40 hours, so it's going to be a full, yeah, it's a full week type of thing. Yeah, hopefully everything works out for you on that. You know, these are difficult times, you know. We're just kind of recovering from all the C word stuff and all that. And, so, you know, it's always a blessing, I guess. 40 hours, 3 months. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, boy. So this is where it all started. All right, guys, so this is going to be kind of boring, but, you know, I have to just put everything here for the record, you know? So I'm kind of like hanging out here where I began and just going to do a little bit of a tour, and then I'll be shutting down the stream, but I'll be back later. Curly will be streaming as well. This is where it all started. We had the battles and whatnot. I'm just going to go and do a little bit of a grand tour. One thing that, you know, the artistry in this game is really awesome. I really like, you know, everything. You know, the 3D technology, the graphics and everything. They did a lot of stuff that you don't see in a lot of games. You can see like a New World, that new game that came out. You know, I think this game is better looking than that, you know? And, yeah, I probably should run Temple of Blessings. You know, after I'm done running around here, I'll probably do some Temple of Blessings, and then that's it. Then everything I do from here is just going to be contingent upon what my friends want to do. I have probably about 6 active friends in the last couple weeks, so that should be more enough for us to do what we need to do. I mean, look at this place. I think I'm going to the dungeon. That's a walk-in dungeon. Those are extremely easy. Might as well just do it anyways. Yeah, we have. Yeah, you know what? You know, the thing is, Scootsman, I don't really. Yeah, we can look into it then. You know, if you are around when we're both on, and that's no guarantee, because you know, he did not make any promises as to what he's gonna be doing. I hope he gets a chance to stream, and if he does, let's hope that you're there, and then we can, you know, if he's up to it, then we can do that, you know, because I have another means of doing it as well. It's a website that we use for co-streaming and things like that. But you know, I'm not sure what we're gonna do. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a side-by-side type of thing, or if we're just gonna do it individually like you've been doing. I think most likely we're just gonna do it separately. But we'll see. That's a good idea. You know, I'm you know, I also would like to know how that works, because I, you know, I haven't been active in streaming for a long time. You know, I've only reactivated my streaming activity just because of the ending of Astellia. You know, and then people are wondering what I'm gonna do next. No idea what that might be. So yes, but thanks, Scootsman. I appreciate that you offering that. I'm really curious to see how that works. I've been meaning to function test it. You can always DM me on Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh man, I have a. Yeah, let me see if I can give you my Discord. Shoot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Let's see, let me go into the guild, because I think this is still good, because it's supposed to be for like a week. We're both on Curly's. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so you're on Curly's. Gotcha, gotcha, okay. And then your name, you know, I'm assuming this Angry Scootsman, the same name? You have a different name, do you? Okay. Okay, 10-4 on that, 10-4 on that. Okay, then. Yeah, you know, it's now or never, you know, so if it, you know, at least you won't be hanging because, you know, yeah, we're gonna have to do that today or we won't get to do it at all. Yeah, me and Curly were
The
talking about this.
children! Please don't harm the children!
This is hilarious.
Pisces won't hide or run anymore! Release the children this instant!
Yeah, this whole thing was just weird. You know, and you know, I think Curly and I spent quite a good portion of our stream talking about, you know, the storyline and this thing here and how weird that was. I mean, just look at the name of this guy, you know. I'm not even gonna read it. Just read, you can read it by on your own. Oh, he's dead. Wow, that was quick. Hope you caught that. But yeah, this is weird. This whole thing was so weird. Okay, I'm out of here. Yeah, this is, you know, yeah, this is boring as heck. I'm just, you know, running around the entirety of Astellia. We're in the first continent, and I'm just gonna run around, and then at that point I'll probably do Temple of Blessings, and then shut down the stream for, you know, for a couple hours. We got less than well, getting close to 10 hours to the shutdown. And yeah, I don't think I have any word from Curly just yet. Let me check Discord real quick to see if anybody said anything. And okay, there you go. Yeah, nothing yet. Spoke to them a few hours ago, and they I guess they're trying to figure out if they'll be able to come or not. So yeah, yeah, we're gonna be sitting there, and yeah, I told Curly and those guys not to blame me if they're, you know, they suffer calamities or blue screens of death or anything like that. We're doing silly stuff like that. It's sitting there around for the ending of this. Not expecting anything crazy to happen, but I don't know. You never know. All right, so let's move out to the next area. So Scootsman, you know, one of the thing is, we're trying to figure out what games we're gonna be playing next. Like, I have no games. Like, I'm not like Curly and some of my other friends that like to cycle, you know, games like crazy. So they love to cycle games. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't cycle a bunch of games, but and I mostly like, you know, games that you can commit over a period of time and that you can play with your friends and things like that. So MMOs pretty much, but not necessarily, you know. I can play games like Dead by Daylight and things of that nature as well. So, you know, I'm kind of like open to ideas. He was trying to get me involved in the New World, but some of my other friends already kind of got involved. You know, they played the beta and everything, and they were kind of unhappy with the way the game turned out. So, Valheim, no, I haven't played Valheim. I've heard of it vaguely, but yeah, no, I haven't played that game. Oh, okay, you enjoy play Fire Server. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, yeah, it's, you know, I would like ideally like a newer game so I can at least get started with the grind. You know, if it's something that's been out for a while, then and I'm, you know, I'm already behind that, you know, that kind of sucks. This game was kind of perfect cuz, you know, while I started with my friends, they were kind of, because of work and things like that, um I couldn't have the kind of progression that I was looking forward to having. But over time I overtook all of them, you know. And you know, this wasn't a bad game to do that, and you know, it had a, you know, it was lasting for an MMO. You know, it wasn't really that bad. Um, the second area here, it's cheap, runs well on everything, and is super small. Oh, really? How old is that game? Is it like a year old, 2 years? What is it? I've heard of it, but I'm, you know, unsure as to, you know what was going on with that. And is it like a Steam type of game? 1 gig game, less than a year old? Oh, okay, got you. That's not too bad. And is it like Is it like on Steam or is it just a PC install or what's going on? And have you heard of Bless? A couple guys that used to play this game, Astellia, they kind of quit this game, when the shutdown was announced. Steam, I'm not sure how much post game you get out of it. Gotcha. Okay. Well, if it's cheap, it's cheap. I can give it a try. Maybe even try and stream it or something. I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me out with that. We can just jump in there and then, kind of, if it's good content, then you can show me around and we can kind of do that maybe. Nothing good? Oh, okay. Yeah, a couple guys that were playing this game went on to Bless. But yeah, I haven't heard anything at all, good or bad. So I have no opinions as to what that is. Oh, really? Yeah, monetization is always, a slippery slope. You tend to lose people when you do too much of that. Yeah, I hear you. Okay, making progress at Blue Gromwell Ford Base. Okay, there's a dungeon here. I'm gonna walk into the dungeon. And then how did the re-release go? Once it was released a second time, what happened? Is the jury still out on that one? Or there's a verdict on that? Okay. Hey, okay. That sounds good, Scoots. Let's yeah, let's do that. Yeah, definitely need a second game. Now that this is over, yeah, I need something. I can give it a try. And there's another game that had a similar name to that. A streamer. I was a mod for another streamer, big
Here
streamer.
come the worthless insects that will go down in a flash. If you defeat them and gain his recognition, you will become the next great chieftain.
So his name is Ochido, and he used to be we used to play Dead by Daylight back in the day, and he used to be one of the biggest streamers doing that. And I used to mod for him and things like that. And he suggested that we play a game. The name of the game was something similar to Valheim. I think it's Valhalla, something like that. But I never could get a final word on what happened with that game. Like it just kind of like people were talking about it a little bit. It looked really, really awesome, and then something happened. It just kind of disappeared. I'm not sure if you heard of that game or not, but that was looking really, really nice. It was like a Viking type of game, type of thing. And wow, my stills are doing work here. I may not need to do anything. Okay. So I think in these days, we have a problem with just having too many MMOs, man. Like it's, back in the day when it was just Warcraft. It was just like a different type of mentality, because everybody just kind of like, it's interesting because a friend of mine met the owner of this game. Okay, the dev / owner of this game. A friend of mine, Tide, he met him at one of the conventions and that's how I got involved with this game, because he got me involved in this game. And so what happened was, yeah, it's interesting how a lot of these devs, most of them grew up playing Warcraft. So you have all these MMOs developed by people that grew up playing Warcraft. So Warcraft was kind of like the nexus to this, to all these modern MMOs, and you know, but it's just oversaturated, man. The only other thing that has a lot of popularity is just the MOBAs, and you know, a couple of friends of mine they do like like League of Legends and things of that nature, you know, but. Aside from League of Legends, most of those games just don't gain a lot of traction either, so. Alright, let me just go straight to the boss here. I'm doing a grand tour. Not sure how long this is gonna take. But I know the walk-in dungeons at least don't take too long. Just like I was, you know, just like I told Curly, you know, yeah, Curly's a pretty chill type of guy. Like, you know, MOBAs is like a hate it or love it type of thing, and most people that don't play them, they like watching it because they want to see other people tilt. They don't want to tilt themselves, you know. So yeah, I'm not too big on MOBAs either. And you know, the guy that I just told you about that met the owner of this game, Tide, he became yeah. Yeah, he became a master, which is kind of the equivalent of a challenger in League of Legends. He became a master at Pokemon Unite within like the first few weeks of it coming out. He became a master like pretty quick, and he doesn't play anymore. But the game came out, and then he became like, you know, master, which is the highest rank in that game. You know, he's a pretty straight up gamer, man. He doesn't play any game. He doesn't like League of Legends though, you know. Another friend of mine, Bob, he popped in on the Curly's stream one day. We were there. He was asking me what I was doing. I told him I was, you know, just playing this game that's about to close. So, you know, so he popped in there. He's a pretty big League of Legends streamer.
That's the reason why you did not come to me. Looks like we are on a completely different path now, Handamar. Just know this. I won't go easy on you when we meet again.
I will never give up.
She is. She really is, Scoots. And the hilarious thing about this is that we're never gonna know what happened. Like, they have all these storylines that are incomplete. You know, so this is bizarre watching all this because, you know, it's like everything is hanging now. Like, literally, we don't know what happened to that cold girl or anything. Like, you know, we were supposed to rescue our sister or something like that, and all that stuff just kind of like. And they were weird too about the storyline, man. They will go instead of like completing the main story, they go off a tangent, creating all this nonsense on the side, and never coming back to center. Like, it was really, really bizarre how they did the story, and things like that. You know, it was really, really weird and disappointing. You know, I really was looking forward to seeing the end of this. You know, that's never gonna happen now. Well, I'm glad I went into the dungeon. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna just walk into each of these dungeons and see what the storylines were. Because dungeons are, you know, like a major part of the storyline. But yeah, this game is so awkward, you know. Yeah, I didn't play it with him, but a lot of the people in our group, a lot of our friends and stuff, did play a Pokemon Unite with him when it first came out. He dominated pretty quick, you know, and then he was out. He stopped playing it after a while. Because the thing is, he was perhaps he didn't say that, but knowing him, I'm thinking he probably was hoping that'll probably be like the next League of Legends, you know, and then he being like a master, you know, probably you know, get like a huge following and then kind of like get these things going, you know. He's getting ready for that. He likes doing that when the games are new. He likes dominating them like within the first week if he can, you know. And then he killed this infamous guy. He was the first grind of the game, coming here and beating this Dopher. He had this low percentage drop that you needed, and then eventually they stopped playing games, and then they allowed him to make the drop every time you beat him. And they buffed him too. Interesting. Yeah, he gave me this. Is that heart something? Where is it? Oh my God, this is filling up already. Oh yeah, there it is. There's you know, wait, it's all in Korean? I can't read that. That's so bizarre. How they de-evolve a language in this game. Avalon, making sure the score is still okay. We're still going up in score. I think my friend Joanna is still running up the score. That was interesting because Avalon, you know, the main enemy here in this faction, he's been dominating Avalon for a long time, and we literally just started, you know, figuring out Avalon because they changed some stuff since I last played as well. And we came the second week and just destroyed everybody. So it was me, Curly, and people in our guild. We just kind of went in there and just took over the place. All right, so we're going to the. Okay, so this world is complete. These guys don't even aggro because I'm just so strong. Bloodstained Dorn. Let me kill this guy. Oh, wow. Okay, that was pretty much a one-shot. Going up this way. Going to the next world. Okay, what you losers are doing here? Hey, nobody's here. The Dolphers ate everybody at camp. Oh, Nielsen. Alright, Nielsen. Going up the stairs, going up to the next world. Okay, I guess that wasn't too bad. Level. Given how late we were talking last night, I'm not surprised that Curly and some of the other guys are sleeping now. That's because they were up pretty late. We were just talking because, you know, I guess Curly, you know, when he tried to log on or something, he got that notice saying that they were shutting down a day early, and then he wanted to ask us and talk to us about that. And that's how I found out because I wasn't even I was kind of traveling, came back from work and stuff. All right, so here we are. So according to the map, oh, we're still in Rackford. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Nothing going on here. An altar. At least my mount is pretty fast. It's got Horseman 2 and a T2 mount, so this won't take as long as it normally would. Full Moon Market. Okay. Oh yes, let me take advantage of the fact that I'm here so I can get rid of some of this garbage.
Just tell me if you need anything.
Alright, I'm gonna get rid of all this garbage right now. Wow, these crappy dungeons do drops, making a mess. I'd rather they didn't give me anything at this point. Completely 100% useless stuff. Garbage. And yeah, garbage. Get rid of all this. They give me $1 for these, even the heroic ones. And then come up here, get rid of all this as well. Well, I hate these. These really, really anger me. Oh, come on, Maria. Can I just sell all this to you? Do I really have to go through the motions here? Maria, you cheap. You're selling everything for $1. Oh my god, even the legendary ones are $1. Are you kidding me? Okay.
Come back again, hero.
Alright, see you later. Okay, let's keep going. Grand Tour of Astellia. I mean, this is artwork, and it's gonna be lost forever, man. I wouldn't do this if I felt like it wasn't worth it, but this game was just really, really, really aesthetically well done. I feel that this game, you know, for all the malignity going on, this is still a very good looking game in the end. I think you got like a world boss or something back here, or you know, an underboss. Yeah, this guy right here. You can kill him real quick. Wow, he's tanky. I think they buffed all these guys. That being said, it did take me a long time to beat him at first. You know, obviously it was underpowered, but I don't think D3 even existed when I first beat this guy, and it took forever. Well, he doesn't hit very hard. Okay, demon, you're out of here. I think they have like a base or something back over here. Yeah, the cosmetics weren't too bad either. They obviously had that anime thing going that a lot of people liked about it. The devs are funny. They're, every now and then they'll come up with these revealing type of thing like bikinis and whatnot for the characters, and then they will sell those and things like that. It's really hard to pinpoint exactly what went wrong with this game, given that just so much went wrong with it. The most embarrassing thing about it was just the gear cheating and how they just seemed to be completely oblivious over what was going on with the game. That stuff really undermined the game, the cheating and stuff. And then they had this this spammer slash scammer kind of running circles around them because, you know, they weren't able to find who was doing what, and then they weren't able to like stop him from spamming. So every day you'll come in here for like a good year. This game existed for like 3 years, 2 years in NA or so, and during those 2 years, that guy was running circles around them for like a year and a half. We would come in here practically every day, and then we had to deal with this guy spamming his false like aspirin and things like that on here, and that went on for so long, and they were completely powerless to do anything about it. One time I heard one of the devs gloating about, oh, that we stopped, he lost his job, but then they stopped him maybe for like, I want to say like 2 weeks or something like that, maybe a month, something like that, and then he came right back and started doing the same nonsense again. That was so embarrassing, man. To have a, you know, just a spammer just go in there and then just start like, spamming the server non-stop for months on end, you know. So when you see stuff like that, and then you hear this, you know, that lends a lot of credence to all the scandals pertaining to gear cheating and everything. You can't stop a spammer, you know. During like the first few months too, like I want to say probably like in the first couple months, they already were having problems with the game. Somebody hacked into Avalon, which wasn't supposed to be released for another few months, but somebody hacked into it and released it. So you have a number of people thinking that Avalon was open, and they started playing in Avalon even though they weren't supposed to. And all those people that played, even though they were victims, because they did not know. They played, but they did not understand. They did not know that the Avalon was closed for business, and they got in trouble. And that right there, you know, started triggering the first sequence of exodus in this game. Like, you know, people started to leave a little bit. And, so the Avalon thing was a disaster. And, yeah, it wasn't a good sign for things to come either. Oh boy. Not sure what I feel about this game. Well, I'm gonna actually miss. Yeah, I'm gonna miss it. But you know what? These things are always complicated because there's always something that you like. There's obviously I played this game for a couple of years, and a number of people play this game for a long time. So there's obviously good aspects about it. You know, it's like it's complicated because you can become attached to certain dynamics and certain things pertaining to the game and the aesthetics and such. But then at the same time, it's kind of like they ruined it. With the problems with the content and the cheating and all the controversies, all that stuff. That kind of like really, really was disappointing and create a situation where people are like, well, hey, look, Colossus. Okay, so who is this? Centurion? Okay, nice. And yeah, so I have mixed emotions about this game. I'm gonna cherish my time here though, and I'm gonna cherish the friendships that I made. I made a lot of friends playing this game and everything, and even to the bitter end, that the enemy that we're fighting right now in Avalon, that guy, according to reliable sources, he himself is a gear cheat. But that being said, there came a point in this game where you had to cheat, or you weren't gonna be competitive in Avalon. So it seems like pretty much everybody kind of like did it. I did not, and testament to that, so I wasn't even an Avalon guy. I was mostly just a PvE type of guy, mostly because my guild left. Most of the people at some point left. So, eventually I did join a guild, an Avalon guild, like really, really far into the game. It was so degraded at the point that we only had like 2 factions. We only had like 2 guilds, which were basically opposing each other in Avalon week in and week out. And that was interesting to do. But then I got to see firsthand, just how broken the game was. So there's a few dynamics and mechanics pertaining to Avalon that are really, really broken. Mostly pertaining the way, the tanks and the healers play. That's another thing that kind of like caused a lot of people to leave. So, technically you have 5 different characters in this game, but mostly healers and tanks were interested in Avalon because other classes, especially DPSs such as, we're going to another dungeon now, like mages, they were first to leave because they couldn't get anything edgewise in Avalon. They just die because they weren't very tanky. So Avalon had its problems as well. And this guy, these guys will be fighting here in the end. They're notorious. According to reliable sources, they even cheated on the gear and things like that, and they're out there doing all kinds of crazy, almost impossible stuff. And that we still were able to beat them. We figured it out, and we just outsmarted them and beat them, and and that was that. Yeah, okay, I already recorded this dungeon. This is just a walk-in, it's a little easier, but maybe it's gonna have, hopefully has a storyline or whatever. Carsapillar. Okay, this is just a walk-in dungeon, so you just punch people in the face and they just die. Keep moving here. Okay. Hey, what the hell? Oh, there you go. Okay, the Grand Tour continues. Okay. So you continue to get bits and pieces of this incomplete story. Destroy the fire that Kalik summons first. Kalik came for Faye. Be on your guard. Okay, Rhoda. Whatever you say. You're the boss. Okay, so this guy's gone. Okay, so he's supposed to get, like, what? Another piece of the story, maybe? Okay, so one of my guild members just logged in. Magisa. You'd ask her what she's up to. At some point I might end up just kind of like doing some of the tour, and then once I get to another world I'll just probably stop. Maybe continue doing this later. Kind of tired too, man. I need to at least get some kind of sleep. Maybe get like 3 hours, 4 hours nap. That'd be nice. And then come back. You know, me and Kurt did a pretty decent job in covering pretty much everything. Not much to cover. We got probably you know, just like the legendary dungeons. But Temple of Blessings and Sansara, I just did those even though they're not the legendary. So all that's left for Curly is to the library and Aral Cave with the dragon, because the dragon's pretty iconic in this game. Okay, so let me keep going here. Look at the map. Okay, so we're done with this continent. Well, not continent. Let's see. I guess, you know, the entire game is under a continent, so it's Maglev continent, and these are the different regions. Countries, I don't know how you call it. I thought they were, each one was a continent, but apparently they're just countries or something. Alright, so let's keep going. It looks like we're done with this with Rackford now, so we're done with the first sector completely. Moving to the second one. Let me see. So it's 1, 2. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 4 regions, and then we have a whole bunch of sub-regions like hunting grounds and things like that. So we're just done with the first one. You're going to Randelio. Okay. I think I got a pretty good sampling of what's going on there, so that's pretty good. It's a pretty good run. So we're just going to continue recording everything. Going to the second sector. The angel is Venetia. I took a screenshot of this thing here and I posted it on Discord to everybody that Venetia is pointing out that we need a tank. Yeah, that guy's, you know, standing there, he's a tank, right? And I haven't seen a tank in like the last 2 weeks I've been sitting here. I don't think I've seen a tank. It's pretty incredible, you know? I've seen a healer because I have one. So healers are also pretty much gone. So, you know, I haven't seen a tank in ages. Months probably. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Okay, so we're in the village here. Oh, look at those arches. Wow. Okay, that's closed. We're alright, so let me get out of here. Yep, so there you go. Last time I'll be seeing all this. Never to be seen again. Will completely disappear from everything, including the internet, probably. All you guys are gonna have is our VODs from here on out. A couple of my friends are waxing nostalgic already on this game. Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm gonna miss it to a certain degree. I mean, you know, I gave this thing quite a bit of time. Spent quite a bit of time.
Don't be greedy.
Good luck.
Take what you can afford. Don't be greedy.
This stuff is cheap anyways, girly. Okay, let me see what else we got. all these stations. Yeah, the auctioneer. I already went to the last auctioneer, so you can see there's nothing here. This is hilarious. Like, you know, I've never seen. Okay, they have a couple crappy thing. 4 items. That's all you have. I already checked all of this, and there's nothing in the auction except 4 crappy items. Everything's completely bare. Wow, that's kind of depressing. Never seen this game so desolate.
I'll get you a weapon that fits perfectly in your hand. That was a fine trade.
Fine trade. Okay, if you say so, buddy. Materials merchant. Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time right here in this corner doing a lot of crafting. Man, I did a lot of crafting here, like a lot. I used to spend hours just in this corner here because you had the merchants and stuff, and I just sit here crafting. People would come here and, you know, start trolling me and things like that while I was sitting there crafting. Not sure if I can even craft anything, but yeah, I'll probably do some of that later. People get a taste of what crafting was like. Alright then. So guess you keep going. Ooh, yeah, nice canyon here. There's the kiddos running around. It's a guild master. So this guild, this is our guild right here. So pretty much full expedition guild, and every single, you know, we built this like in the last I want to say week and a half or so. We got all these people to join, so it was interesting because we, you know, that actually worked out pretty good. And then we leveled 3. We got level 3 like really quick. Like, wow, that's crazy. It's 6 levels, and in a week and a half we got 3 of the 6 levels. So that's pretty crazy. Alright, so let's go into this sector now. Okay, Dean Falls. Okay, I'm gonna go up this way. Oh, and you guys haven't seen my Halloween getup. This is not available for most people. I think it was available to purchase at one point, but during the first season, you know, this was grandfather in, kind of, you know. There's a time when only the OGs had this, you know. So yeah, there you go, my fluorescent Halloween thing. At first, I thought they were gonna shut down around Halloween, and you know, yeah, I guess they changed their mind. They kept, you know, pushing the date backwards, and now, I'm reduced to doing this because, you know, it's over. Thought I had another day. Let me take a look at Avalon. I want to see if the enemy is still. The enemy is completely quiet. They're not doing anything, and Joanna's still running up the score. Yeah, she's happy because she's his. That's his nemesis. You know, she joined our faction because she was impressed with the work we did. It was our first week trying to figure things out, and we still were able to beat her faction. So she joined us for the last week to make sure she beat her arch nemesis. And then, you know, I'm glad it worked out for her. You know. You know, they tried to stop us, but they couldn't, you know? Let's see here. Archer of Madness. Yeah, he's one of the regional bosses here. Go ahead and beat this guy. I won't be able to do the world bosses because, you know, we're gonna need a full expedition for that. Yeah, hopefully my friends join me to try and do at least the last one. Maybe we can do like Desi of Netherworld and then do Dumb Manigal and Athlon. At least do those two. See if we can get those done. A friend of mine, you know, well, I didn't see a tank, including, you know, Ram, which is a friend of mine. But he did promise that he will try and help us during the last week. Then I saw, but the problem is that every time he logs in, I'm never around. And when I log in, he's never around. So it's been a weird situation, you know? Let me look at my friends list here to see if he came on or not. Oh yeah, he's on 10 hours ago. You see? Same thing. It's always like that, you know? Always. I have no idea where he lives, but it's so weird. I have a feeling though that he only comes in here for like, you know, for like maybe for like an hour or so. Like he comes in frequently, but only for like a very short period of time. Cause I come in here for like a while and I never see him. Like I'm never able to catch him while he's online, so we can do stuff. This time in the mail, you know, and the is this game pay to win? It wasn't. Okay, Zydox, he was not. It was not. But then they kind of changed it like in the last few months. And it's not technically like full on pay to win. What happened was that they started making content that at first you have to play for, and then, you know, they only made it available for purchase. And technically that affects, you know, it's supposed to affect gameplay. But it's already late in the game though. This game has been around for 3 years. 1 year in Korea, and then it came to NA a couple years ago, so 2 years in an A, and then they did a pretty decent job in not making this pay to win, and they were making really good bank actually selling the cosmetics and stuff. So when it came to like costumes and things to that degree, yeah, they were selling that, and they were doing pretty good with that for a while. You know, I mean, a game is not gonna survive. Yeah, I read about that. It looks good. Yeah, this game, and that's exactly what I was saying just a while back before you came here, you know? Part of the reason why I'm recording all, I'm just going around recording all the different sectors and everything. Because after 7 p.m. Pacific today, this is going to disappear completely from the world and the internet and everything. Except for a couple of us that have been recording this, you know? This game is never to be seen again. And they did a really good job with the artistry. It's a really good looking game, you know? Even some of the games coming out these days are not as good looking, you know? And let me, you know, since you're talking about that, let me show you kind of what we're dealing with here. You have the, you know, all this. They have like the dancing and. So yeah, this game is really cool. I mean, you know, they did a lot of fun stuff that you don't normally see in other games and stuff. And okay, so there's a dungeon around here somewhere. I need to find that dungeon because I'm gonna have to Oh, it's a little further ahead? Alright, so that's what we're gonna do then. Let's keep going. Need to go into the dungeon and continue. Yeah. I'm telling you, you know, this game is like so contrasting, man. There's some certain things about this game that's just so like awesome. And then certain things that they just completely screwed up, like so bad, you know? I was just telling Scootsman earlier how the storyline like is so good looking and everything, like really cool, but we're never gonna get any conclusion to that. We're not gonna know what actually happened in this game. They literally did not finish the storyline on this, which is so sad, you know, because it looks so promising. So I'm going through all the dungeons and everything, and then, you know, so we're getting glimpses of the storyline that's never to be completed, but you know. That's pretty much what I'm just doing. Oh, okay, this is not it. Okay, this is not the dungeon, even though it had this little portal thing. Alright, so where is the dungeon? Oh, okay. It's up ahead. The Hall of Equality. I'm not doing any legendary stuff right now. Well, I did some earlier and in the last couple of weeks, but these are just the walk-in dungeons, the easy ones. I just want to kind of like get a sampling of pretty much everything before they shut down in a few hours. This game shuts down in about 9.5 hours, it looks like. Whoa. Okay, you're kidding me now. I can't see anything. What the hell? Okay, that was weird. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So this is Hall of Equality. Let's see, yeah, let's see the storyline here. I can't even remember what the cutscenes were. So that was kind of interesting doing this. You know, perchance I started doing because I wasn't even expect. I was just kind of like running around, and then I realized that yeah, the dungeons. I decided to do the dungeons. Okay, those are pretty hard boundaries. Just gonna run around. Looks like I do have to fight. Can't go all the way to the end because they're gonna. Yeah, I have to kill one of those little sub bosses so I can move on to the next area. Yeah, you can. All the way up, all the way around, all the way down. They might still kill some of these guys. Wow, those are still so strong. I don't have to do anything. They got this. Yeah, the 3D is really, really, really nice in this game. I just love the 3D in this game. I like the detail when you zoom in and stuff, you know. So yeah, they did a pretty damn good job with the 3D in this game, I tell you that. And you can do this too. You see how I can run sideways? Kind of. You can like run sideways and get a profile look at everything. So yeah, this game was very well designed from that perspective, you know. The basics of this game is really good, you know, and that's probably the reason why it survived that long, you know. But they just messed up pretty much everything else, you know. The storyline, you know, they had like hackers and cheesers and abusers and spammers and all kinds of stuff doing crazy stuff, and they were completely powerless to stop them, you know. Okay, so that boss was gone in 2 seconds. Yeah, these walking dungeons just punch people in the face and they die, so it's not a big deal. I'm just showing, you know, just kind of like showing off the content a little bit. There's not much of a challenge. It's not a legendary dungeon or anything. It's gonna keep going. It should have a cutscene. I can't even remember. I was an OG for this game, so a lot of things that came after, I didn't even know it existed until I started leveling up my my scholar. Because I have a scholar as well, a maxed out scholar. Um, and then when I started, you know, leveling up my scholars, when I started to realize, you know, they started adding content after the fact, which in itself is kind of like a red flag, don't you think?
The staff has already shown me Norden and Karza, and what awaits us at the end of that fight. Astellian, you must disappear from this world. Your very existence leads this world to extinction!
Yeah, that key word that he's using there, extinction. Yeah, that's a key word there. That's a spell that he launches. He launches an extinction spell. They gave a lot of us a lot of grief over time. And in the legendary dungeon, even though I have my scholar is like T3, like fully stacked plus 10, you know, this guy still eats up like half of my life, you know, when he launches the extinction spell. So, but we still beat him with only 2 people, even though the legendary dungeon is supposed to be for 4 people. Alright, girls, get him. See, even in battle, you can like zoom in and you can see what's going on. Oh, that's an extinction spell. But we killed him. Yeah, that extinction spell is not very strong in this dungeon. This is just a walk-in. Okay, so he's dead. Hey, that cutscene wasn't part of the main storyline. Oh well. Maybe in the next one, they'll give us the storyline again. This is completely impromptu. Like, I don't know what to do now. I was expecting it to shut down tomorrow. They essentially cut things by over 24 hours. Yeah, it was more than 24 hours. And man, now I have to rush and try and see if I can get us every little piece of content that I can. Okay. Man, this is crazy. I have to stay low to the ground because, you can get lost in there. What the hell? Okay, so moving on. So you can go back and forward, even though you're running. Yeah, they did a very good job with the 3D and the camera work here. Really, really good. The dev of this game, a friend of mine met him at a convention and whatnot, and that's kind of how I got involved in this. Cause my friend is a streamer and whatnot, and YouTuber and all that stuff. And he met the owner slash dev of this game, and he actually won an Oscar. It was really hilarious. I can't remember the name of that movie, but he won an Oscar. I think it was last year. It was a Korean movie, and I have to look it up because I can't remember what the title of the movie. But he won an Oscar for that. And then they actually came in here and they actually put content pretending the Oscars. So when you go to the villages and stuff, they had like Oscars and stuff like that standing as monuments and stuff like that. It was really cool. Ooh, Nightmare of Granville. Let me kill this guy. The first time I ever killed him, because they added these nightmares after the fact, and the reason why they added them is to troll people that like the AFK. There's a lot of people rely on AFK to level up. So at some point, relatively recently, like a few months ago, they added these nightmares to prevent people, to mess with people trying to AFK. And this was a boss right here. This is a chieftain. Okay. Okay then. Okay, this. Tower of Revelation. Yeah, it was funny because me and Curly, when we were streaming, we were talking about that. It's so hilarious. They mess up language here like so much, man. It was supposed to be English, right? And then they did a pretty good job. It was like 99% English and 1% other languages. But they actually had characters speaking German here, man. And that was messing me up because, yeah, I don't speak a lot of German per se, So, ich spreche Deutsch? Not really, you know what I mean? So that kind of messed me up. So it was like kind of like 99% English, and probably like 1% other languages, including Korean. And now it's weird. It's kind of like 80% English and like 20% Korean or something. I don't know how and why they devolved this from English to Korean, but it happened. Somehow that happened. It's hard to understand for me. I'm so bad in English. Oh, okay. So spreches du Deutsch? Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I absolutely don't. My German sucks, and it's interesting because I had, one of my exes is German, but she spoke English though, So so that's kind of cheating, So she was fully bilingual. Actually, she spoke 3 languages. She spoke French as well. 'Cause I know you Germans and Europeans in general don't like you know, just one language, and you guys always have to speak like 3 languages. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, she spoke like French, and of course German and English, and a little bit of Spanish too. Yeah, Europeans, you know, are better than Americans when it comes to language. You know, that's for a fact. So Anchuligun, Zydox. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's for a lot of people. You know, that's for a lot of people. This game, oh, there's a number of Germans playing this game too, but they shut down that server prior to this one. And Necrodia, if you see that, you're not here, I know, but if you see the VOD, because I know you've probably been watching the VODs, you know, yeah, I saw your message. Sorry for missing it, but you know, I did not have my my chat on at the time because it was just like a very short stream. So you see this, you know, I just apologize for that. Yeah, so yeah, I've been to Germany, and you know, my ex, you know, she was from Zulihan. And then we spent some time like in the Krienness and Kaiserslautern and some of these other resorts and stuff to the south and the west. And I know you have those U.S. Military bases. So yeah, we spent some time there. We were in Cologne and spent some time in the southern part. It's beautiful out there, man. Germany is such a beautiful country. I love it there because it's kind of like the States in a way, but then at the same time, you know, it's just awesome because it has the old school stuff. You guys do a good job in preserving all your old school stuff, so you can like be on the freeway here in the States and you don't see anything. But you go on in Germany, you go on the autobahn or whatever, and you see all these castles and all that stuff in the background. It's pretty freaking awesome. I miss Germany. I haven't been there for, I think the last time was like, yeah, it was probably like a couple years ago, like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, yeah. Yeah. I know. That being said, like my ex, you know, she did not like politics at all. I know there's a lot of like younger people in Germany that actually hate politics, man. You know, I will ask Germans like, you know, how the political process works, like how you vote and stuff like that. They'll say they have no idea. You know, I'm like, well, how is Merkel in power for so long? She's been in power for like what, like over a decade? And they'll be like, yeah, I have no idea. Like they don't know how the how the politics work. You know? And I don't blame y'all, man. I hate politics too myself, by the way. I know how the political process works here, but yeah, that doesn't mean I like it. Yeah, well, you won't, you know, well, you should have done that like 5 years ago, Zydox. Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, I know. She's been a very controversial character, you know, for sure. I mean, you know, I'm not a politician. I'm no one to judge too harshly. I know that things need to get done one way or another, and nobody's perfect, including the politicians. But yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Let's hope that the next person coming in is better, right? I think that's all we can really do. Just hope. Yeah, well, yeah, you don't need Tyler to missile anymore. She's gone for good. She's done. She's done. Yeah, you know, it's like it could be worse, right? I mean, you know, as bad as you know, a lot of people have malignity for her, right? But you know, as bad as that may have been for a lot of people, you know, I don't live in Germany, so I can't really talk too much. I can only, you know, attest to what, you know, my girlfriend and her family and other friends and stuff were saying, you know. But yeah, it was a rough ride, and you know, for all the malignity, all I'm gonna say that you could have done a lot worse, man. Our politicians here ain't worth the crap either, you know. And I'm talking like across the spectrum. You know, none of them are perfect. They're always gonna have some kind of problem, you know. So, you know, I'm not even politically affiliated. I'm independent, you know. Okay, this guy is the boss. He's the world boss. Not gonna be able to kill him. He's really tough. So I'm gonna have to leave him alone for the time being. It's kind of like I don't bother him, he doesn't bother me type of thing. Eventually I'll come with my friends and see if we can beat him. Oh, really? So they live in West Germany, obviously. Two American friends. So if I had to take a guess, I have to say they live in West Germany. And if not in Cologne, they probably live in the south, like in the southwest part of the country. Am I right? Or where do they live? What city? Oh yeah. That did not go well for him. He told me that he got one shot. Yeah, even I can't beat him. Yeah, even I can't beat him. Like, you know. And the problem with those world bosses is that they're specifically designed for full party, which means that you need to have like 1 or 2 tanks, 1 or 2 healers, and then you can have like DPS. Okay, yeah, sure thing, Zydox. And when you come back, let me know where your friends live, because I'm guessing if I had to put money down on the table, I'd say they live in the west, maybe in the southwest or something like that. You know, if not in Cologne. Yeah, because you know when we went there, we met a lot of Americans. Most of the Americans we met were down there, you know, and then of course the vast majority of the Germans spoke English as well. Okay, let's see here. Tulia outskirts. Crimson Rock Sanctum. Yeah, Curly was trying to break the game by doing. I'm not doing that. I'm definitely not doing that. You know, I can watch his VODs if I want to have a clue as to what's going on with all that crazy stuff. I think he was successful too. He was able to find some spots where things really went insane, and a couple of times he had to reset because he wasn't able to get out and stuff. All right, so let's see here. Wow. Oh, in Frankfurt. Oh, okay. One from Florida. Okay, I got you. I've been to Germany twice. Both times, people are happy to practice speaking English with me. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, guys. You know, outside of the United States, you're not gonna find a more compatible culture to America than Germans. You know, it's like they know everything, man, about America for the most part. You know, they're like outside of the United States, like you have to go to like either like Canada, England, or Germany, you know, to have like kindred souls that you can talk to and whatnot. You know, I mean, you know, I never had any problems going to Germany. It's really an awesome experience. One thing about Germany though, that it's kind of like hard to do business there, like you know, with the taxes and everything. And then of course you have the rich people, you know, trying to cheat the taxes and things like that. So the whole situation, the economic situation is kind of weird. That's the only thing that I'll have a hard time with. I wouldn't mind like doing business here in America, working whatever, and then maybe like living in Germany or something like that. You know, I wouldn't necessarily want to like, you know, do business there is just so difficult. It's just really hard, you know, and the taxes and everything. But other than that, you know, I love that country. Okay, so this is supposed to be probably. Oh, this is Temple of Blessings, I think. Let me see what's going on here. Give me storylines. So, you know, I'm coming into these dungeons to see the storyline. That's what I want to see. Give me a cutscene, please. So where do you go, Scootsman? Where in Germany do you go? Do you go east, like to Berlin, or you were like in the west, like Cologne and stuff like that? Or do you go to Bavaria, maybe? Like Munich or something like that? Big wish to see America one time in my life, but it's very expensive. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, I know, man. Oh, this is Macarson Basin. Okay, I'm gonna beat this. I already have a video on this. Munich. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So you're down to the south. Okay. Yeah, Munich is awesome, man. That's an awesome city as well. And both times then, so you went Going 50 miles. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I figured as much, Zylon. That's what I was saying. West Germany, I kind of knew the way you were talking. It seemed to be the West German. And that's cool. Yeah, my girlfriend is very close from where you're at. If you're 50 miles from Cologne, then, you know, because she lives in Zulihan, right? And, you know, I visited Germany when you guys won the World Cup, too. And I was impressed. Germany impresses me, man. That's a really impressive country. Like, I like the way you guys handle yourselves. Like, you know, it's just amazing because you go to these countries after the World Cup, and the whole place is like, you know, like you know, it turns into this cesspool of chaos, you know. But we went to Germany when they actually won the World Cup, and yeah, there's a couple people trolling and so making fun of Brazil and whatnot. But for the most part, you know, the streets were clean. There was no riots, no burnt cars or anything like that. Everything was like relatively cool and quiet. You go to the pub and then people were celebrating and having a good time. But, you know, they behaved themselves, you know, after winning the World Cup. Like, you know, you go to these other countries and they burn the place down, man. So that was a few years ago. That's when I went, you know, the first time I went. And then, of course, I went there a few times and whatnot. Then, of course, I broke up with my girlfriend and then that was it, you know? Yeah, what happens in Boston or Vancouver? What do they do? They burn stuff down? What are you referring to, Scootsman? I have to go and visit Canada, because, you know, yeah, I haven't done Canada. And I haven't done, I was supposed to go to Hawaii with my family, and then the pandemic hit. And then, you know, we had to cancel that. So no Hawaii. Right, I'll probably be going next year if everything goes well. Yeah, Boston can be rowdy. I'll give you that, you know. But I'm not sure specifically what you're referring to. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the riots. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like, you know, yeah. It's just that I don't know if we can compare that to the World Cup, man. The World Cup is insane, man. Like, literally, there's nothing more toxic than that. Like, you know, like football, and I don't want to insult anybody by using the word soccer here. So let's just say, you know, football, aka soccer, it's just the worst, man. Like, you can't compare it to anything. Like, those, you know, the hooliganism and everything, people, like, die, and there's, like, violence, straight-up violence, and things like that. Like, you know, I don't know if we see that kind of thing in Canada and the U.S. Yeah, we have riots and things like that, but compared to what's going on in football, man, I don't think so, man. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. It's insane, man. It's insane. People die and stuff, man. Like, you know, they organize, dude. Like, you know, one time I saw like a documentary on the Russian hooligans and how they, you know, they had these ex-military guys that will organize, right, and they'll actually train to be hooligans. So what they will do, they'll travel internationally to England and stuff like that, to different soccer matches, and you have these trained goons like beating up on people and hurting people like bad, like really bad. So that's the kind of thing that they will do, you know. It's like, it's really sick, man. The hooliganism thing is sick, man. So yeah, we have our riots and stuff, but man, I'm not sure we can compare it to that madness going on, man. So yeah,
there
it's like,
you are, you mad dog of Norden.
Cutscene.
Do you really think that pathetic Norden can truly save you? I shall extract your Atra and make it a part of our god!
I can beat this guy, you know, in the legendary, I can beat this guy with my, where are my Astels? Oh, they left me. Well, you girls need to come back, because I'm not fighting this guy. You guys can take him. I don't have to do anything. Kill him, girls. Go for it. Let's do a close-up on this guy before he dies. Killed by Astells. Yeah, that's right, Scoots. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. You know, when Brazil wins, you know, oh man, there's casualties. You know, with some of these other countries, you know, but Germany, everybody is just perfectly behaved. It was the most amazing thing I ever seen. Like, you know, it was crazy. You won't even see like a piece of litter on the street. Like literally, it's just insane. Like, you know, so that's kind of interesting. They do talk a lot of crap, though. I'd say they do like to trash talk. Germans did definitely trash talked and things like that. Like, you know, but you know, yeah, they didn't burn their cities to the ground or anything like that. Yeah. So this is so okay. So it look so look, they just completely ignored the storyline now. Now I'm going to these instance dungeons, and they just completely abandon the storyline now. Great job, Astellia. Like what the hell? Yeah, it is, man. But the hooliganism is a sports too, man, and it's not a pretty one. I mean, people get beat up, man. It's ugly. Pretty ugly. Okay, what's going on here? These cultists. Blade of Revenge. I think there's a witch around here somewhere. Where's the witch? I want to kill her. Ooh, Lack Spike. Great. How you doing there, Devin? A male archer? That's another thing. This game was gender locked, man. And I'm telling you, that we must have lost like a. I'm not sure what the percentages may be, but we must have lost like a ton of people because of That's ancient. Let's kill him. Oh, there's the witch. Let's get the witch. And you know, because of the gender lock, they promised to fix the gender lock issue, and they never did. Like, you know, they never fixed the gender lock thing. So the only double characters were with So Archer is gender locked, and Mage is gender locked. I wasn't complaining, of course, you know, but there's some people who are like, oh, come on. So I believe Assassin is not gender locked. Tank is not gender locked. So you have both male and females for Tank and Assassin. That's 2 of the 5 classes. Then Archer, Mage, and Scholar, all female. They never got around to fixing that issue. For this game, Zydox, are you kidding me? You're not doing that. You're trolling me. That's funny. You actually trying to download this game? Yeah, the game is not gonna start in Europe. What I suggested to one of my friends that live in Europe, Necrodia lives in Europe, right? And you know what I told her to do. Yeah, no, this game is really, you know, really great. But you know, unfortunately, you won't be able to play. But what I told her is that, you know, and the thing, okay, no, Zydox, it's over. You're not gonna be able to do anything unless you bought this game. Have you played this game before? Do you have an account? Because if this game is not possible for you to buy this game, and it's been like that for the last 2 months. My friend Curly, right, that's streaming this game, he literally bought this game like right where they're about to shut it down in terms of purchases. You know, he bought this game like a couple days prior from shutting down purchases on this game. So you know, if you don't have this game on an account, you're never gonna be able to play this game. This game has been shut down for 2 months now, I think. And you know, but you know, if you had an account and you once played this game, what I suggested to some of my friends was to try and use a VPN or something, right, and attempt to connect to the NA server. But even that may not work. No, you can't play this game You know, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to watch my videos and my friends' videos. The curliest_fry. He was generous enough to record this game for people like you know, that want to see it and not able to play. Yeah, we haven't been able to play this game for new people. I haven't been able to play this game for 2 months. All the people that you see playing this game, you know, are old timers. You know, there's no new players for this game. Yeah, no. That's the reason why I'm recording everything. You know, because this is it, guys. I mean, you're not gonna get, and after today, you're never gonna be able to see this game again. This game is over. It ends in 9 hours. In 9 hours, this game is gonna disappear, never to be seen again, ever. Sorry about that. Yeah, you know, yeah, a lot of people don't, you know, like I said, everybody that played this game, they love something about it, at least, you know. I haven't heard of a lot of people that just roundly hated this game like wholesale. I haven't, you know, everybody that played this game loves some aspects. It was such a great game, you know. Even if you're like an anime guy and you like to play with the cosmetics and things like that, I mean, you know, there's always something awesome about this game, I think. And yeah, you know, it's just it's the end. Sadly, yeah. Don't know what to tell you. Sorry, man. I have some videos, you know, and then Curly has even more videos. He started from the beginning, and so you can watch, you know, the game and everything, and enjoy for us. But it's really, really good though. It's a really, really good game. I liked it. Again, a lot of bad things happened with it, but you know, I really enjoyed it for what it was. You know, I'm a working guy and all that, and this game was really good therapy for me. Hey, what the hell? Oh, I already moved into the next continent. Yeah, for everybody. This goes for even for me in 9 hours. In 9 hours, even I'm gonna get shut down too, Zydox. I'm done. You know, they shut down everything on me. That's why I'm desperate here, streaming and recording, because you know I want to have this um as a memento, I guess, as a souvenir of sorts. And then I'm gonna make it available for downloads for people that want to see this. You know. Because you know this is so much art went into this game. I mean, you know, the artistry is just so great, right? I'm gonna show you a couple things here. And yeah, you know, this game was popular in Europe for a while as well, but they didn't get like a whole lot of players. So the European server was the first one that shut down, and then they had to merge the NA and Korean servers. You know, yet no new players, and after 9 hours, nobody's gonna be able to play this game like ever again. It's over, Zydox. It's over. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. You know, I'm gonna continue giving you guys a grand tour. I'm going into the Temple of Blessings now, and you know, hopefully they give me some storyline here, because I'm sick and tired of going in here and not getting any stories. It is sad though. It makes me sad. I'm gonna miss this game. I got angry at times because of the things that were going on and the cheating and the devs not being able to stop the nonsense, you know. So I was kind of angry, and I quit the game for a while. But you know, this game is really good. You know, so fun for me that I actually developed 2 characters. I have 2 fully stacked characters right now. So you're watching my archer, but I also have a healer. Let me kill this girl. This game is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing it and everything, and they messed up certain things, but you know, I was able to get 2 characters fully leveled up. You probably see my healer later on when my friends join me. Even Curly. How long you play that game? For about 2 years. But I didn't play the entire time. There's a time when I quit for a few months. So I was like, so for about 2 years, yeah. And then my healer, I used my archer. My archer was so strong that I was able to use her to level up my healer a lot faster too. My healer only did like in the last, I want to say maybe like 7 or 8 months. And then I quit the game for the last 4 months, and now I'm back just to get content because the game is shut down. Look how pretty this place is. Look at this, man. There's a Temple of Blessings right there. I mean, this game is just so well designed. I just love the art in this game. You have that canyon down there. So I keep moving up now. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game that's messed up, man. Hey, what the? Oh, I have to beat the boss. Can you show me a dungeon? This is a dungeon. It's a walk-in, but it's a dungeon, though. I have a number. If you look at my VODs, you'll see a lot of dungeon runs. I have a lot of legendary, the really tough ones. I ran some of that with my friends, so you can see the VODs for some of the legendary dungeons. And this is one of the dungeons, but it's a walk-in, though, you know. So it's an easy version. This is one of the toughest dungeons, though. Like the legendary for this dungeon is really, really tough. Content.
You truly remind me of her from the past. You have the same power and beliefs, and even the same recklessness. Astellian, will you accept the truth? Or receive judgment for your ignorance? I am the 8 arms of the demon army. I shall bring judgment upon you for your ignorance.
Okay, so that's Nashrat. Notorious. He's really notorious. Caused a lot of people a lot of headaches over the last couple of years. Okay, so you want me to show you a dungeon from the inside. This is a dungeon from the inside. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Zydox. Yeah. I am actually doing something that Curly did not want me to do. He was insisting for me not to do physical copies. But the difference between me and Curly, he actually recorded everything, man. He has VODs for everything. I'm just doing the 50 plus stuff, and I'm gonna have physical copies of this, Scootsman. So I'm set. You know? But between me and Curly, we took everything, man. We pilfered every piece of content we possibly could. And Zydox, I'm not sure what you mean. This is a dungeon. This is literally a dungeon. It's an easy version, but it's still a dungeon, right? So when you say from the inside, this is what these dungeons look like. I'm not sure. We'll do a little bit of a close up. Okay, I need to be able to see what I'm looking at. Oh, the second form. Yeah. We were playing. Yeah. We and Curly played this guy. So I'm giving the little close-ups and stuff so you guys can see the 3D and everything, you know? See from a different perspective. Oh, wow. Wow, you're ugly, man. You need cosmetics, man. Look at you. Oh, they're actually doing damage? Wow, I'm actually dying. Okay, I won. Then I will wait for Lost Ark. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, well, I don't under. So Terra Online is a great game too. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was at. You know, I've been asking people to give me some ideas because after I'm done with this game, I need something else. You know. Yeah, this is what we call. This is what the dungeons look like. Okay, and I've been showing you quite a few of them. I've been to a few. I went to Macarson last night, so these are dungeons, right? And yeah, this is what these dungeons look from the inside. Dungeons is one of the things that really kept this game going too, by the way. The dungeons were very well designed. I love the mechanics in the dungeons, man. Alright, so we keep going. Yeah, Terra Online, I don't know. Scootsman, are you familiar with Terra Online? I don't know anything about that game. Is it a good game or? Is it like an MMORPG or what? What's going on with that game, Zydox? What kind of game is it? Well, it looks amazing. I love good-looking games. I love good-looking games. All right, so we're going to Ivera Fortress now. We're done with this area, and we're heading out to the next world now. We're making good progress. Going to the third world now. So that was interesting. We were, continuing the grand tour. Oh, it's old? How old is it though? Tell me, we talking about 1 year or 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? What are we talking about? Oh, wow. 10 years? Okay. So it's not as old as oh well, of course nothing is as old as Warcraft, but yeah, so okay, it's a little dated. But the good thing about that though is I don't have to take it too seriously, right? I can just kind of play a little bit, show it off, and then let me ask Curry to see if he wants to cover that game. He might want to play it with me. That's Terra Online. And then maybe like Scootsman and CD North and some of the other guys might want to, so if it's an MMORPG, maybe we can, mess with it for a little bit, see what's up. Alright, so here we are in Lentheth. So we have to, pretty much tour this entire thing here. This is an interesting place, actually. There's a lot going on here. Blue skies. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, when I'm done here, I'm gonna look it up. So this is where we're going. That's a fortress right there, up ahead. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I spent a lot of time in this place here just leveling up. These guys were very helpful in getting me up to 50 at one point. I like the music here too. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely my jam. If it looks anything like this game, then I'm definitely gonna like it. But is it like a pet-based game like this one, where you have like the Astellia and whatnot? So that's a big thing with this game. That's why it's called Astellia, right? You have the Astellia. So you have all these characters here that you can summon, right? And you can play with. They all have different capabilities, and you can play with them and things like that. It's one of the cool things about this game. At some point, I'll probably show off the different Astellias and whatnot. You know. So you have Ida, a Guardian, Draco, Papilia.
No slacking off while I'm here.
You can use these. You're not sure if Terra Online has this type. I don't know what kind of game. This is a unique game because of this. It has these Estelles, these characters you can just summon, and they have different abilities. A very, very involving game. That's one of the things that people like a lot about it, because it's not like a simple unidimensional thing. You have like so many different Estelles, and they all have different capabilities. And to master the game, you have to master their abilities for best effect. And there's a lot of them. There's a ton of these Estelles, man. So here you have like 42. It's a grand total of 42 Estelles. That's a lot of characters to learn how to play with. You know what I mean? And different combinations and things that you can do. You know? So maybe at some point I'll show off the Estelles. For now, I'm just going to continue with the tour. Yeah, they put these nightmares in different places where people are AFK. People like to, you know, I used to like the AFK here as well, and they put these nightmares to try and mess with people. Ashma. Oh yeah, this is now one of those regional bosses. I don't think I'm gonna fight the one in the orc camp because it'll probably take a little too long. Wow, this guy's tanky. Doesn't hit very hard, but he's tanky. When my friends come on later on, I'll probably just have them help me kill these regional bosses and stuff, and world bosses. I killed the first couple ones because they're relatively easy. These guys not getting all tanky and stuff. They don't hit hard at all though. They're just tanky, man. Takes forever. Got to beat this guy, then we're pretty much done with this area. Then I'm going to Ivera Fortress. There's a world boss nearby. I can't even mess with that guy. I mean, he definitely hits hard. Okay, this guy's almost done. My Fiend's Claw, trying to end this. There it is. Okay. Okay, that was tanky, so I think I'm done trying to chase these world or regional bosses. Take forever to kill by myself. I'm pretty sure they buffed a lot of these guys too. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in this camp here just farming these guys. Let me get out of here. It's time to go to the fortress now. Yeah, this world is longer than most of the other ones. And then after this we have Athlon. And then we're done. Pretty much with Astellia. I'll probably go to the hunting grounds, show that off for a second. Curly and I already did Avalon. We did a lot of Avalon, including the sub-regions. So I already kind of recorded most of that. I'll probably go to Radix, but other than that, we have plenty of Avalon content, so I don't have to do that. Alright, so let's go up to the fortress. One thing is that you see all these rocks, these floating rocks. Like, you know, first when I saw this game, they were advertising a lot of that, right? But to be honest, you don't spend a lot of time in those places. I would like to actually go up to those places there, those floating rocks, to see what's going on, but you know, they never seem to be a thing. There's a bunch of false advertising from these guys. Shame on them. False advertisers. So this is Iberia Fortress. You're having an in-depth conversation with a kiddo here. Okay. And these people walking around. Oh, it's like a council or something? Ooh, what is that? Oh, that's another fortress. It's another base, one of the other bases. I have to go and visit that. I used to do, this is the other place where I used to do a lot of crafting. You see I showed you in Rackfront, where I spent doing a lot of time doing crafting? This is my second station here. I used to do a lot of crafting here as well. Spent a lot of hours crafting stuff here. Go to the armory. Run into walls and stuff. I'll take some of those weapons with me before this shuts down. They don't need them. Man, I spent money in this game too. Like, you know, me and my friend Kit, you know, we definitely spent a pretty change with cosmetics and things like that. I might want to at some point, you know, start to parade some of that stuff around because I'm not gonna see any of my clothing and things around. I've been trying to do it though. So in a lot of my streams and recordings, I do have a lot of the cosmetics. Do show them off quite a bit. Princess Marin. She's one of the main characters in the thing here. Okay, so you're sitting there like a statue. Time for me to go. Alrighty. So goodbye, Avira Fortress. Oh, the clergy. And these are the mages. Oh, so at every level you have like different factions, I guess. Yeah, these are the mages. You see, they have the floating stuff, floating books and stuff. Then downstairs is the clergy. Then I'll say the military types. I think you have like the Arkle guys in here too somewhere. I think they're on the other side. Let me go visit them for a second. Yep, there they are. Okay then, I think I covered everything now then. Alright, let me go and see that world. There's a world boss here. I'm gonna go and pay him a visit. Not gonna be able to kill him, of course. Destia of Netherworld, the one that wiped Curly. He's the easiest one actually. He's a Rackfront world boss. And He ended up one-shotting Curly, but he's actually the easiest one. If you can't beat him, we can't beat anybody. Oh, viewpoint. Okay, let me go and visit that boss that we have to kill later on, hopefully. Yeah, today's the day, because if we don't get him today, we're never gonna get him. Oh, there he is. Blue Grim Reaper Tashigal. I'm a Reaper too, by the way. Yeah, this guy's a bad boy. He's he's gonna be really difficult to beat. He has, let me see here. Holy macro, almost 3 million HP. Wow. And he hits hard too, these guys. Yeah. I'm gonna look it up when I'm done here and see what's going on. This is probably a good time for me to like look into other games, see what's going on. Yeah, I probably will. If it looks like anything like this game, I probably will. But is it like pet based like this game? Do you have like extra characters like a stealth and things like that, or is it just like just a regular MMORPG with just the main character? Yeah, this game has 42 companions. And if you really want to master the game, you have to learn all the abilities and how to use them, like in battle and the functionality as well, you know? Some of them are fight, but then some of them are ranged, like magicians, and some of them are warriors, some of them are tanks, some of them are, utility, support, things like that, you know? You got your healers and everything. There's 42, and then they all have different capabilities. I wonder if Terra has that kind of features, or if it's just... Oh, Amy. Main character, but the world and the skill is amazing, and the dungeons plus bosses are hardcore to beat. Yeah, what it's supposed to be, yeah. For sure. Yeah, this game is pretty hardcore, man. The legendary dungeons are rough. It's so difficult I have to settle for the crappy dungeons. At least they have different versions of it, and I'm thankful because if it wasn't for that, I won't be able to show off. I'm not even sure we'll be able to run Sansara. Some of these dungeons are meant to have like a tank, and we have in our guild, we have every character except for tanks. We don't have any tanks in our guild, which is pretty sad. The one friend of mine that's a tank, he said he will help us, but I'm not able to catch him online like ever. I'm thinking that he probably come in today at some point. And then we'll try and run a couple dungeons then. Hopefully he shows up. One time I played 3 weeks every day with a team to beat a hardcore dungeon. Yeah. I know exactly the feeling because we have in this game as well. We have those dungeons here. We definitely have those dungeons here. Okay. I have a toucan, but it's in my storage. I'm gonna have to try to play with my cosmetics a little bit, my mounts and all that stuff. I actually had that toucan for a long time. The reason why I ended up with this liger type of animal is because well, I was able to craft him to level 2. He's a faster mount than all my other mounts. This is my fastest mount. I had him at first. It's one of my favorite mounts too, no doubt. But I have other mounts too, and I used to like my Tucana. Curly has this little bunny thing. But I used to like my Tucana. My Tucana used to be a lot of fun, I thought. Kind of cute. Alright, so you're moving on now. We're going to a different sector. Ooh, we're going to Fort Honora. That's another dungeon. Yeah, sure thing. Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Zydox. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I wasn't like too much of a hardcore streamer. You know, I just came back to streaming because of this game. And, you know, I have no idea what I'm really going to be doing. So that's why I'm talking to people right now. I just asked Scootsman and others. But thank you for the tips. I appreciate the tips on Terra Online. I'll be looking it up. And then let's see what if my friends, you know, want to join me, like messing with it for a little while. It's a 10-year-old game. So I don't know. Maybe at this point there's probably like an easy way to grind it or something. I don't know. I'll definitely, you know, check it out. Oh, cool. Hey, thanks, Zydox. You too. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you, and you know, yeah, hope to see you around. You have a good one, okay? You take care. Okay, so continue the grand tour. Just recording everything, you know? Used to be able to run back here. Oh, you can still do that. Oh, nice. Okay, ends there. You gonna download it now? Maybe in theory you gonna download it now? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. But that game has been, no, that's interesting though, because that game has been around, you say, for 10 years, and it's still like, like how does a game survive 10 years intact? Like, what's going on? Because I never even like necessarily, maybe I heard of the game at some point, but I know it's not like a big game or anything. Well, you lost your new at the start. Ouch. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm confused because that game outlived Astellia. Astellia survived 3 years, and then you talk about a game that I don't know anything about that's been around for 10 years. I don't know what to make of that. Like, I'd like to know what the story is behind that game. Why did that game survive so long? How is that shut down? How are they shutting down my Astellia and they're not shutting down Terra Online? What's going on here? Why is that game still alive? Oh, look. This guy is a level 38 tank. Oh, okay. Interesting. He's no good. This is the first tank, guys, that's the first tank I've seen in weeks. And he's a 38. Completely useless to me because I need a tank to run legendary dungeons. So the only tank I get to see, and he's not even... The only tank I've seen, and he's not even a level 50. So sad. I'm so sad right now. Oh man, when I clicked, I was like, wait. This guy's probably at least a 50. You know, I would love to see a level 50 tank, man. That'll make me so happy today. Man, that's sad. The graphics is amazing. It kicks like a bomb, and the bunch of classes, a lot of dungeons and mechanics, and the wonderful, okay, wonderful world. Okay, sounds good. What is this? I don't think I've ever been in here before. Design. Oh, okay. Wonderfully designed world. Gotcha. Yeah, it sounds like my jam, man. I'm telling you. It's a 10-year-old game, and you said it's looking kind of like Astellia. I'm very intrigued. I'll definitely be looking up that game, and I'll be looking up. Scoosman wants me to look up again. What was it again? I think it's Okay, I'm gonna write these things down because you wanted me to watch a Valheim. Hold on, guys. Let me let me make a note on that. The games that you guys are telling me, so I don't forget. Okay, so games. You go in here and just so Valheim, which is 1 year old, and Terra Online, which is 10 years old. It seems. We got one game that's 1 year old, and then another one that's 10 times as old. Okay, so that shall be interesting. Okay, so back to the game. Oh, we're in Fort Noir prison. This is one of the dungeons too, by the way, Zydox, if you're still here. Oh, okay. So what? How would you categorize it? What do you think? What do you think? What is it? It's not an MMO than what we're dealing with here, Scootsman. Good drops. Yeah, that's fine. No issues, Zydox. Trust me, it's like, like the Koreans is always something. This game is funny because you have a lot of like Korean speakers and in Korea that speak more English than we speak Korean here in America. So I'm always in situations like that. So trust me, man. You know, the first thing I tell people is like, dude, man, your English is better than than my German or Spanish or whatever it might be. Like whenever they say, "Oh, my English is no good," I'm like, "Well, dude, your English is a lot better than me speaking your language." So. Yeah, no, you're doing great, man. It's And to be honest, I spoke a lot more German before, but because I don't practice it, then of course I've lost a lot of my ability to speak the game. I mean, to speak the German. And let me see if I can remember some of the stuff. Well, Entschuldigung, I used to say it a lot because I suck so much, so I make mistakes and then I'll go like Entschuldigung, right? Because I mess up a lot. And then wie geht es Ihnen, mein Freunde? Okay, so we're getting the keys in here. Where's the keys? What the heck? Okay. Okay, I don't think these guys hit too hard, right? Would I die to mobs in here? I hope not. I'm just gonna keep going. Oh, I'm evading. My evasion's too high. They can't even touch me. I like these walking dungeons. Ja, es geht mir gut. Ah, danke. Danke schön. Zydox. Oh, danke. Danke schön. Danke schön. Yeah, my girlfriend. I picked up a couple things here and there. I was supposed to learn the language fully. I'm fine to, yeah, absolutely. And so I couldn't. Yeah, I didn't. Unfortunately, didn't learn it. It's a good language, and I really wanted to learn it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to though. It would have been nice, but yeah. Okay. And it's getting to the point where it's almost lunchtime, so let me see if I say this right. Ich möchte etwas essen. I'm sure I said that right. Because Germany, they have some of the best food in the world, period, you know? Italian food is really good too, but man, you know, one thing I used to love was the schnitzels, man. Oh my god, the Jaeger schnitzel in Germany is insane. And you know, it's correct. So the thing is, like, when you go to some countries in Europe and whatnot, like you know, like you have to like, so you can have Italian food or German food or whatever in other countries, but you know, it's just so different when you actually go to the country, and that's specifically true with like say like Chinese food or like Italian food, you know. Um. So when I went to Germany, like you know, you can have schnitzels and stuff here in the States, but man, when you go to Germany, you have the real deal. You go like, oh my goodness, you know. So I miss the schnitzels, man. I want to go back to Germany to enjoy some of those schnitzels and those pretzels too that they sell like on the streets and stuff. I miss all that, man. I really, really, really do. I really miss the food in Germany, man. Okay, so this is the one of the bosses. That's the first boss. Let's make short work of this guy. Yeah, I love it, man. I love it. I love Jaeger schnitzels are my favorite. Yeah. Oh man. Woof! You're making me hungry now, man. Ich möchte etwas essen. Ich möchte etwas trinken. Alright, let me see here. So good, man. So good. Just gonna drag all these guys. Yeah. They have, you know, one thing that really caught me off guard is that you guys in Germany love to you like to drink your sparkling water. My girlfriend, she could not like drink any like still. Oh no, what did I do? I messed up. Yeah, that's true too in a way, but you know, I know you guys also Abyssal Altar. Gonna kill all these guys. Yeah, she no, she drinks beer. Yeah, we yeah, you drink beer post my friend. Yeah. You know, no question, man. The German draft is insane, but they have other stuff too, you know. And but it's like you know, when we weren't drinking proper beer, then you know she need like water or something. They don't even drink normal water. They'll drink like sparkling water. I'll be like, what? That's so bizarre for me. Like I could never get used to drinking the sparkling water, man. Yeah, they are, aren't they? You know, I don't like do too much drinking anymore. Wait, what the hell? He's dead? Wow, that was fast. I'm gonna come in here again just so to get the cut screen. This is easy. I'm just gonna walk in here again and get the cut screen. Permanent 24? Well, how, you know, okay, you lost me there, Zydox. I have permanent 24x 0.33 beer here. What is that? Is that like the alcohol content or something? Remind me what that means. Yeah, he's exaggerating, Scootsman, though, because you know, of course, you know, we drank more than just beer, but definitely, man, and everybody, man. Where's the gals? So, well, of course, you've been to Germany, so you know what I'm talking about. Never mind, you've been to Germany, so you know, we've both been there. So it's like 24 ball, oh 33. Oh, okay. Yeah, we have the 40 ounces. You know, here we know you're a real drinker when you walk around with your 40 ouncer. You know. All right, so let me see. Oh, it's a nightmare. Let's kill him. 4% content. Yeah, that's some pretty serious stuff right there, man. Yeah, that's some good beer. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. We're getting tankier, these guys. Yeah, I have to get in here to get the cut screen, but I'm just gonna run all the way. I ain't gonna waste time here. Yeah, we have like ounces, gallons. I wish, man. Imagine that, man. Well, of course we got barrels and things like that too. But imagine like walking around with a gallon of liquor or something, or 2 gallons. Like, yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, we use mostly ounces, liquid ounces. That's mostly what we do. Scootsman, are you based in the U.S. or in Canada? Yes, Zydox, it's just fluid ounces. 40 ounces is quite a bit. Well, no, I'm asking Scootsman. I know you live in Frankfurt. You told me already. But Scootsman, I wonder if he's like, if he's Canadian or if he's American, because, I heard him talking about northern stuff like Boston and Vancouver. So I'm guessing that he's Canadian, probably, like Curly is. Oh, you're U.S. East Coast. Okay, gotcha. But you spent some time in Canada then, huh? So, I haven't had a lot of Rattlers. I think I've tried it at some point, and of course you see them around. But in Germany, you have like so much stuff to sample, man, that you can't like pick just one thing. I wonder if they sell them here in the States. They're probably not, right? They don't have Rattlers here in the States, do they? And Zydox, you know what we're talking about? You know about the Rattlers, right? I've seen them around, like I said, and I think I probably tried them at one point. And yes, they're good. They're really, really good. Um, but I sample all kinds of stuff, man. And I'm not sure if they sell them here. I don't think they sell them here in the States. I'm gonna have to import it. Ooh, I'm about to lose my stealth here. Oh, crap. Okay, it's hard to understand. Rattlers. You was talking about, Scootsman was talking about Rattlers. Have you ever had Rattlers beer before? I know there's a lot of stuff in Germany, right? But, yeah, I like Rattlers. I've definitely had it before. And like I said, didn't sample it a whole lot because there's just so much good stuff in Germany to try, Oh, you did? Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. All right. I have to do this one over again because I missed the cut screen, but I'm just gonna go straight to it. I hit escape because that's something that I've done for years. I was trying so hard not to, I'm surprised I didn't screw it up more because that's what I always do. I always, just hit escape to avoid those cut screens. That being said, it's a different route I can take here, so I'll take the advantage that a mulligan is affording me right now and just attempt to go a different route. Bitburger Rattler. Yeah, they have a different Types. Abyssal Slaughterer. Okay, let me go to that damn cutscene.
Those who believe in Karza's curse call the name of Norden. And those who believe in Norden curse Karza as they cry for a crusade. Interesting. Very interesting. Come at me, Astellia. I shall show you the power of the dragons.
Hey, I'm a dragon too. So let's see who the best dragon is. See, that's my name right there. Dragon Artemis, and I even have the horns and everything, so good luck fighting me. That's a good game though. I like the speech. That's a good speech. Yeah, this guy's really tough in the solo dungeon too. Like, holy crap, man. Woof! It takes me forever to beat this guy in the solo dungeon. Ooh! Well, at least I get to see this aspect of the fight, which was missing last time, so this is good. It's good to come back here then. Oh, he's dead. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's keep going here. So we should be almost done with this world. And then, well, no, actually, you know what? No, there's still quite a bit more to go. There's two big sections here, that's why. Yeah, like the north section, and then you have the, you know, the south section. So yeah, this will take a little bit. Yeah, that guy. Nah, this is just a walking dungeon though. He's really tough in the legendary, and it took me forever. Like one time I was running in circles, avoiding the AOE for like, I want to say maybe about 20 to 30 minutes. It was insane. And then it did something to the dungeon. I think they nerfed it after a while. But you know, when that guy first came out, like, you know, I was running in circles because he will kill you otherwise. You just die with all the AOE and stuff, and those things on the side, the ads on the side, took forever, man. I was in there for like 30 minutes trying to clear that dungeon. It's insane. But yeah, now I'm T3. He's probably a little easier to kill. I don't know. I haven't played the legendary. I haven't been to the legendary in a while. I did it with my friends though. That was the party dungeon. Okay then, so let's keep going here. You have the Inquisitors, so we're done with all these Inquisitors and all that good stuff. We killed the Nightmare. This is a different version of Kios. Okay, so you're just gonna continue on our way now. Ooh. Curly spent a lot of time, you know, testing boundaries. I definitely don't want to be doing that. Okay, so this is the map. We're heading to the Catherine's Forest. That's where the witches are. We're gonna visit the witches now. I like that area. It's kind of cool. It has like a different scenery and everything. Schools, you live in the East Coast, but I'm not sure if you've ever been to the West Coast. A lot of the trees that they see here in Astellia, AFK. Yeah. Yeah, we did a lot of that here too in this game. Like in the West Coast, they have those, you know, the redwoods. This game has a lot of redwoods in it, and the reason I know why, because you know, every time you see like games or film or TV, whatever, right, and they want to like do impressive like trees and stuff, they always like kind of harken back to those redwoods because those are the tallest trees in the world, right? So you have to see like in Star Wars and stuff like that, you know. And in this game, they also have, you know, I saw them put up a lot of redwoods and things like that, which is kind of cool. Here they have the willows and whatnot, because it's supposed to be like more like a scary place type of thing. But I'm not sure if you've been to the West Coast and you actually been to seen the redwoods. Or you're probably one of those East Coast guys that don't want anything to do with the West Coast. Cassania, Decaturus Fortress. Yeah, out that big tree. Look at the sky here. It's all like, I don't know, scorched or something. Like somebody's been doing dark magic. You got the viewpoint here. Oh my gosh! Can't believe it. This game is over in 6 hours. They're gonna shut this down in 6 hours, guys. I got 6 hours to finish my grand tour of this place. I have to figure out where I'm gonna go now. Okay, we did a big circle here. Okay. I'm gonna keep going. Wait. I'm messing up. Lock spike. Okay, yeah, okay, I see what that says now. Let me go back to the end here. I think there was a storyline coming back here. And then, abandon sanctum. Okay. Okay. And okay. There's definitely some content here. Alright. We're still in the south. We still have to move north. So that's the bad news. The good news is that after this we go to Athlon, which is the final world in this game. So wasn't that bad actually. Touring this place wasn't that bad. I think I was able to cover the content for the most part. Spitolia Nest. Okay. All right. Oh, this is the witches' coven. A lot of stuff went down here for sure. All right. What the hell is that? Some serious witchcraft going on here, huh? Okay, let me get out of here. Time to move on to the next area. Oh boy, I can't believe it. It's 6 hours, it's over. It's all over, guys. Kind of sad, actually. Man, they're supposed to next days, they're supposed to close this down tomorrow. It's a bit of a shock that they're closing it today. I wasn't expecting. Now I'm like rushing. I ain't got any sleep at all. And I'm trying to get as much content as possible before they close it down. We still have to kill the world bosses. At least I showed them off though. At least you guys were able to see the world bosses and what they look like. You know, all these zombies, even zombie horses here. Okay, that's kind of weird. And yeah, so at least I was able to show the world bosses even though we're not fighting them. So, you know, if they were to end right now, the things that was missing was the world bosses, like fighting those, fighting the hunting ground bosses as well. Maybe running some of the hunting grounds, and then a couple dungeons: the legendary Temple of Blessings, legendary Sansara. Oh, okay, this is another one of these regional bosses. Get him, girls! Yeah, it's gonna be kind of tanky. Bye. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you were talking about the game or if you're leaving, but yeah, if you're talking about the game, yeah, man, it's gonna suck. I spent a lot of time and money and you know, in grinding this game, man. So it's like, so it kind of sucks in a way, but to be honest, I was kind of over it, you know. I don't know if I think I showed Scootsman, but I don't think you saw this here. But this guild, this is all the people in our guild right now. We built this guild like just literally, you know, like a week ago, something like that. And we got like a full guild of people, and we were able to win Avalon. We took over the entirety of Avalon with that. These are all my friends right here. And we did level 3. There's 6 levels to the guilds, and we were able to get 3 of the 6 levels in a matter of days. So that was kind of crazy. It normally takes months to level up these guilds. But we didn't do it like crazy, doing all that stuff in Avalon, getting mad points. White Will. Can we use sniper mode trying to finish this quickly? You guys are so tanky. And if you meant that you're leaving Zydox, then, you know, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. You have a good one, you know. Hope to see you in the future. Alright, so let's see here. Auf Wiedersehen. Shoes. Yeah, I really need to stop killing these guys. This guy, I probably just end up just showing him off a little bit. You know, just for the recording purposes. I don't think I need to necessarily go ahead and kill these guys. It's getting too tanky now. It's kind of getting ridiculous. Uh-oh. This guy had to get involved. Finally. Wow. Okay. It's funny that Zydox was saying that he tried to download the launcher and try to play the game on his last day. That's hilarious, man. Oh man. Yeah, this game takes at least months to develop your characters and stuff to get like any kind of experience from it. He was literally trying to download the launcher and he was like, you know, yeah, that did not go well. Yeah, nobody can buy this game now. Nobody, you know, everybody that's playing this game right now is OG. Has been playing this game for a while. They shut down everything a couple months ago, so you're not able to buy this game. You're not able to play it. Nothing. If you haven't been doing it before, you're certainly not going to be doing it now. This game's already been partially shut down, and today's just the last day for everybody. So even people that bought this game been playing it for a couple years. In the case of Korean players, 3 years. Yeah, it's done. This game has an online version, right? It's called Astellia Royal, and in that particular version, you know, they're shutting that down as well, except in the Korean server. So the Korean Royal is still on. But who knows how long that's gonna last? Probably not very long. Okay, so we're going up to the Magus now. That's what I thought. Got confused at first. I thought that was heading here last time, but apparently it was on the wrong place. Now we're heading up to the wait a minute, this is Archduke's. No, this is different. This is a mansion. I'm gonna fight Eligos in here. That's what I'm doing. Yep, this is a dungeon. Okay, so this is Archduke's, and we're gonna try and okay. Open skies. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There's Virgo. Unleashing her aegis. What? Oh, okay. Open this up. There's the gatekeeper. So he's gatekeeping. So where's this? Are we opening this gate or no? We going this way? No, not going there. Okay. I guess we're going this way? Yeah, this way. I hate this fight in the legendary dungeon. It's such a pain in the neck. This is a really messy boss. In the legendary dungeons, that is. Okay, going this way. It's a little bit of a maze. Fortunately, I'm used to it. Not to suffer too much. Deadly Piscus. So what's this Piscus doing? Rusty, ancient, metal jar. Okay. Okay, let me check Avalon for a second. Make sure we're still winning. Oh yeah, the score is blowing up even more and more. I think my friend Joanna is just pouring it on at this point. She wants to make sure to, to put a really healthy, and I'm glad she is because, we lost a day, and I don't want people saying anything. I mean, we beat the enemy fair and square. We led the entire way to, well, we caught the lead early enough because they were trying to run up the score. Oh wow, we're here.
You are the only person who did not falter after hearing my voice. Aside from him. Interesting. Very interesting. Unlike Niar, you have a scent that reminds me of him. Are you truly a human? I suppose it doesn't matter. Will my light scorch you? Or will your starlight make me submit? Now, let's start the bet.
Wow, they had, this is actually in English. They turned this into, they have these Korean subtitles. Okie dokie, so let's go. Virgo, you scared? There you go. You fear no one, Virgo. Level 39 boss. And down goes Eligos. Okay, that was Archduke Kalionid's mansion. So we're done with that. There's another dungeon. They have, whoa, they have a ton of dungeons in here. Wow, there are a lot of dungeons. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 dungeons in here. The Thunderclap Magic Society. That's what I'm trying to find. Ooh, they have these brainwashed Astells. Interesting. Okie dokie. Fly traps don't aggro. Alright, so now we're going to the north section. Finally. Finally we get to the north section. Okay, so we continue with the Grand Tour before shutdown, which is happening exactly in 6 hours. In 6 hours, this game is no more. Is it 6 hours though? Let me see here. No, I'm wrong. It ends at 7 p.m. So I think it's 7 p.m. So we're looking at 8 hours. I'm sorry, guys. I'm saying the wrong thing here. Alright, so this game ends in 8 hours. And then this game is no more. We completely remove from existence. And all my investments, time, money, and otherwise, are gone. So sad. I'm so sad today. It's a sad day. An ancient. Okay. Another 7 sectors, so that we're in the last half of this particular country or world. I'm not sure what they call it, because you know, Maglev, it says a continent, so this can't be a continent. It had to be something less than a continent. Let's just call it a country. There's like 4 countries then, I guess, or regions within the continent, and yeah, this is second to last. Just, you know, giving everybody the grand tour and just recording everything on the VODs, so it's available for viewing. Also probably have physical copies of everything, so I did promise that, even though I'm not beholden to a lot of people, because you know, when I was making those promises, only a few people actually responded to that. Yeah, I haven't streamed for a long time, and I just came back in the last few weeks, last 2 to 3 weeks, just to cover the ending of this game. And you know, they changed the ending date a couple of times. Went from October the 29th to the 18th, and then they moved it back yet again to today, which was a surprise when I heard of that a few hours ago. So I wasn't really expecting it to end today, because it doesn't make a lot of sense when you think in terms of Avalon. That, you know, the Avalon sequence ends on Monday nights, so they're gonna essentially cut Avalon short by an entire day. No matter though, because my faction already won this. We have like close to like 1.5 million points difference. So yeah. Okay, so we're in a different sector now. I used to farm this area a lot. There was something I was crafting that required me to make a lot of runs around here. The Doll's Tomb. Oh, this is one of my favorite places. We got a lot of these Rhoda-like characters running around. See, they look just like Rhoda. They're just walking around all over the place. Okay, we have this is another boss here, but you know how tanky these guys is? You know, these guys are. This guy is tanky, and yeah, it's a pain in the neck. So that's what he looks like. He's another one of those regional bosses. He's quirky, as you can see. I don't want to fight him, you know, because I can beat him easily enough. He's just kind of tanky, and he's sitting here just fighting him. So, well, there he is. Autodol Kronos, another one of the regional bosses. There's only 2 of them. I already killed the first one in the south, and this he kind of like rules the north. You know, all these dolls, weird dolls running around. So dark in here too. It's a very dark map. Gold Destroyer Tui Sauce. Let's fight Kronos. Why not? You might take a little bit, but it's okay. I'm trying to. The thing is, though, I'm not sure how I'm gonna draw that line, simply because, you know, at some point, you know, I have to stop, you know, challenging these guys, because they're just getting tankier and tankier. In Athlon, the last boss is up on the coast, and he's very tanky. I've beaten them all before, but oh man, that guy's tanky. Okay, my DPS is not too bad, actually. Use my ult. focus on my sniper. Okay, a third of the way. Yeah, those weird ads. It was like 45% of the way. And now it looks like pretty much half. Use some mana potions. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the mechanics of this game. Okay, so we 2/3 of the way. Yeah, it's only 2 bosses then. I've challenged everyone except I'm not planning to challenge the last 2. I'll probably wait for my friends to come online and then we kill those 2. And then we attempt to get the world bosses as well. Hey, that's cheating. He actually healed. Oh, what a rat bastard. Okay, so he once against the 2/3. How was he able to heal unchallenged? We'll never know. Oh. Again, typical. Doesn't hit hard, but it's very tanky. Ooh, my friend Magiesa came in for a second, then she left. There's nothing much to do because Avalon is on the route. We're ready. We're pretty much one Avalon, so I guess my team can relax today. I just hope they come in for a little bit though. If they can watch the shutdown, at least I'd like them to sign on for a couple minutes so we can run some of the dungeons. Okay, finally. Well, that's not too horrible considering that we're in the second to last world. In the last world, of course, the boss is even harder. There's a couple of them, and then the world boss. I'm not sure if I'm gonna challenge him. Let me pick up one of these ancient metal jars. Request cannot be carried out. Okay, that's weird. Huh, why? Is the inventory full? Not full, not full. Oh, this is full. No wonder, no wonder. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, I've been killing a lot of stuff, huh? Wow, that's interesting. How all these specialty items that you're supposed to use to crafting. It's all in Korean now, so I can't read the instructions. Alright, let me get rid of some of this stuff. What the heck? This is crazy. Alright, let me get rid of tuna, get rid of salmon, because I have a whole bunch of that stuff elsewhere. This is crazy. This will be accumulating. Steel artifact. Okay, we don't need any of this kind, so we can get rid of all those. Completely useless. I already have a, you know, a massive armor. And none of these things are gonna help. And let me try and pick this up now. Ancient metal jar. Crafted. Alright. Wow, I was accumulating all that stuff. Okay. So let's move on. Ooh, we're going to the Thunderclap Society now. Nice, I like that place. It's kind of like the Library Basila, that one of the dungeons. One of the toughest dungeons in Astellia, actually. What are you doing out here, Branth? Okay, let me... Ooh, can you cut to the... Oh, you have these huge monoliths. Can't go to that side, though. You know, you have to run out this way. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, so Curly will love this, because he likes these things when they... broken things. Wow, looks like I'm stuck, guys. Curly will love this. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to return. I'll tell Curly about this. See if he actually found this place. Oh wait! Got out. Interesting. Yeah, he spent an entire stream just looking for broken stuff in the game. Alright, so let's move on. Finally, we get into this magical society thing. Oh, is that where we're going? Oh, we're going to the Seneca outskirts. Oh, okay. Ooh. Staking the sights here. Looks like this was a bustling civilization at one point. And something went terribly wrong. And all the stones and everything started to fall all over the place. Something apocalyptic happened here. Wow, looks nice though. Wish we could go up there. Run around the stairs and whatnot. Yeah, that's woefully inaccessible. This place is ruined. Magic Force, Bell Plant. Of course. Oh, hey, we have people here in the camp. Naked Peddler? He's not naked. He can do a lot worse than that. I'm glad he did it, though. And Rihanna. Rihanna? Sing me a song, Rihanna. Your lips ain't moving. Let me come here. Another view. Oh, yes. Okay, so let's sell some of the garbage that we have on here. It's a great opportunity to get rid of all this garbage. What? Won't be crafting anything anytime soon. Slab's name is up 1,000. I guess I'm not gonna be selling that. Gonna leave those alone. Slab of the ancient. Slab names of the stars. Get rid of this. Like the status. You can use them for treasure. Don't need this. Don't need that. Wow, I've been accumulating a lot of food. Interesting. Alright, let me not touch anything else. Let's move on. Yeah, she can get this. And... ooh, legendary. This is physical defense. Let's see one of my tanks need it. That, not too bad, not too bad. Ancient Racer's Legacy. I have no idea who that guy is. You're an old man here. Okay. Okay. Hey, we never went to the Thunderclap Society. What the heck? To find my way there. Twilight Stone Sanctum. Oh, I remember this place. Yeah, a whole bunch of Rhoda type dolls hanging around here. The mob, and then attempt to kill you. I remember having a couple complications in this place. It's so desolate. Like nothing going on. An altar. Oh yeah, there was something going on here with Rhoda or Ida or something. What up, Tombstone? Alright, so what else? Okay. Get out this way. Alright, I have to find my way to the Thunderclock Society. I kinda skipped going there. Ooh, a Nightmare of Granville. Kill him. until level 40. Yeah, for some reason. Oh, I think it's because I took that detour into the doll area. So I kind of missed the magical society. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so my friends are here now, and they're having a chat here on the guild chat screen. What are you guys up to today? Hanging on the fountain in Mayville. Okay, let me respond to my friends. Streaming and doing a grand tour of Astellia. Oh crap! Put everything in the. I want a T2 around library and down, but no worries if not. Let me say hi, guys. Yeah, so that's Curly. That's another streamer. And yeah, we've been kind of like covering the end of Astellia for the last couple weeks. So let me see if they went on Discord. They probably did, 'cause they're on my Discord. Let me check my Discord real quick, make sure. They're on urgent to do, but there are 2 places in the game that I haven't seen. Totally down to do them. But I could also always link to your vids too. Oh, okay. So how long are you on for? You know, haven't got any sleep. Haven't had any sleep. Okay, so my fellow friend Curly, he wants to, like, you know, do the grand tour. I'm already pretty much done with it. Okay, I'm in Linford. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he wants to come here. So, you know, let me see if I can link up with them. Then let's do an expedition. Oh, party. So we can run a dungeon or something. Sorry. Yeah, so yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, I'll probably go back to the Magical Society. And I'm trying to invite them into the party. With my healer, might be able. So now that they're here, we might be able to do certain things. Okay, let's see, might be able to run library. I'm going to Thunderclap to continue with the tour. Okay. Yeah, so Titanic sinks. My friend's making a reference to Titanic. So let's see when Titanic sinks here. 7.5 hours. Seven and a half hours till the iceberg hits. Okay, so you want to go now? Yeah. He says dibs on floating away on the door. Dude. That shit will sink so fast. Lol. Let me see. Oh, I'm supposed to go to the Magical Society. But so if they want to run library is kind of crazy. And I'll struggle to keep my friend alive because he's only a T2. Alright, what the heck is going on here? Why are we not entering the Magical Society? Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to find the entrance to this place. Where is this place? What? Okay, I'm confused. Where's the entrance to this place? Are you kidding me? Okay, that sucks. Wow, this is so weird. Okay, maybe it's on this side then. They put the wrong location on the map. They actually had it on the other side. I think this is where I'm supposed to come. Because I've been everywhere. Let me see. Yep, this is it. What the heck? Look, they have it right here in the bottom. This is way south. The position they have me going to is way south from where it is actually at. So weird. So weird. Okay, so let me see a magical society. Oh boy. Okay, so there we go. Black spike. Ooh. Hmm. Okay. So here we are. Security monk. Prickly security monk. Oh, he's a prick, huh? And Ooh, there's a couple. Oh, is that like the sun and then a moon? So it's kind of like Earth, huh? Oh no, it looks like a couple moons there, and then that looks like probably the sun or something. I don't know. That's interesting though. Mischievous mage. Mischievous mage. Warrior, apathetic and informed mage. Aragard and Ullman. Dory. Okay. So this is the Mage Society. Seeing as this is getting a straight road, I'm going to see how long it takes to run from the beginning of the road to the end of it. I'll tell him to knock himself out. I took the scenic route, including walking dungeons and cutscenes. Alright, so let me see what else is going on here. Okay. I could have sworn this thing is actually bigger than this. This is not too, yeah, but what am I missing? I'm missing something. Because I remember that this is where I got Canceria, one of my stealths. This can't be it. Oh, there you go. It's on the other side. There it is. So this is the Canceria area. This is where Canceria learn all their spells and whatnot. We'll spend some time doing questing in here. It's like a maze. Okay. Okay. Let's see what else is going on. Alright, time to leave. Okay, let's see if Joanna. My friends are on, so we can do some stuff now. I know my friend Joanna. She seems to be in Avalon still, because she really means business. She wants to really finish Avalon, put it out of reach of her arch nemesis. So we beat our arch nemesis. She joined our guild last week, and the name of the guild is, as you can see here, the Epic Last Stand. So that's what we came to do. We weren't backing down from anything this week, and we were able to vanquish all. We're very successful in Avalon, and she's just out there running up the score. That's her thing. She's a pro in Avalon, and we're way ahead. We're 1.25 million points ahead with only a few hours to go. It's almost mathematically impossible for anybody to overcome that kind of score at this point. Alright, so we're gonna keep going now, finally. I think I'm ready to move on now. You did a pretty decent job covering everything here. Yeah, we went up that way to visit the village, so we're good there. I already went in there. So let's go ahead and move on now. So my friend, we're going to Dogabi. It's another dungeon. It's kind of weird, Dogabi. It's a dungeon, but at the same time it's, I don't know, like a threshold area. Okay, he says he's gonna do a Sender's Throne with randos. Okay. Yeah, I can always get my Scholar. I still have dungeon tickets to run my Archer, but I could definitely get my Scholar, and then we can, with another DPS, we can run. We're not gonna find tanks. There's no luck with that. So tank, at level 39, that's so hilarious because it's the very last day. Like if he had like a week to go, I would think they probably have a chance to actually, run legendary dungeons. But he's this is like the last day, and it's kind of like really hard. Nobu, what you attack me for? So it's like, it's completely pointless. As a level 39, it's like, oh no. He's like strong, but then like simply not strong enough to do anything. And it's like the last day. What is he trying to do? Like grind himself from 39 to 50 in just like 7 hours? Like what the hell? That's just really, really bizarre. That's so funny. Interesting. I'm not sure if we can do the walk-in here. We might need to actually burn tickets to run the dungeon. That's what I was saying. This is a really weird dungeon, so-called dungeon. It's like a threshold area. Oh, there you go. Can I come in here? Okay. Well, this kind of sucks. Oh, you can come on the rooftop. Wow, this is like this thing is like in a valley or a canyon or something. My stills are going to work, killing everybody. Okay, I need another potion. I've been using up a lot of these potions, huh? That's crazy. Alright, yeah, this sucks because while I'm showing off the area, I'm not able to run well, of course, a nice thing to run the quest. But at least I wanted to be able to run the walking dungeon like I've been doing, where you at least get to fight the boss. Well, I'm not sure that's gonna happen here. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to burn a ticket to come in here. Man, that sucks. Man, this is so weird. Open sesame, no? Oh. Oh, okay, this is the entrance. Oh, I get it now. Well, the boss is supposed to be, I think, right here. But it won't open the door. Damn it. I didn't hear the boss song. Interesting. What the heck? Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to fight the boss. I'm gonna have to burn tickets for the dungeon. Oh well. Okay, my friend wants to reinvite. So, can we do a Dogavi? So that would be like a party dungeon, party 4, but there's no legendary because Dogavi is supposed to be supposed to be one of the transcendent dungeons, but because the game is shutting down, we're not gonna get to see that, right? So the only available, we have to go to character grow, and then we have to just go to farming party of 4, party dungeon, and then we can go to Dogavi. Where's Dogavi? What? It's not even here? You gotta be kidding me. I'm confused. Dogabi's a really, really weird dungeon. There it is. It's Dogabi Black Market Expert. Never mind. Never mind. No party. Let me write my friend here. Never mind. No party dungeon. Just expert. Only dungeon without a walk-in. Weird. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't have a walk-in, so let me come in here real quick. Dogabi Black Market Expert. Now I'm gonna go in there. Yeah, that's not for can't enter instant dungeon with an instant. Oh, it says I'm on an instant dungeon, but I'm not able to get to the boss. How do you fight the boss? You can't. You know, you just simply can't fight the boss. The boss cannot be fought. I cannot fight the boss. You can't fight the boss in here. Darn. See? It opened up. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave then. And then run the expert. Yeah, this dungeon has always been weird. It's like a threshold area / dungeon, but if you walk in there, you can't fight the boss. The only one you can't do that. It's supposed to be first Transcendent dungeon. So weird. Okay, let me go in there real quick. Dungeon. Enter. 4 tickets? Wow, what a jip. Okay, that's a jip. That's a jip. Come on, man. Four tickets. But fortunately, I got my scholar. I can run a bunch of stuff with my scholar, but man, these tickets, man. There's no walk-in here, which is kind of weird. Okay, I have to go and defeat. We got a whole bunch of losers sitting here. We'll have to go and fight. I have to go and talk to Grandpa Mao. Can we kill all these guys? Okay, we're gonna talk to Grandpa Mao. It's so annoying. Okay, so if I remember correctly, the grandson should be here. There he is. Ooh. I remember how to do this. The walk-in was forced to burn 4 ticks. Telling my friends. Okay. Back this way. Okay. How's my grandson? Have you found him? He's fine. He's just playing with a girl and won't come back to you. Yeah, playing with a girl and will not come back to him. Whom? Why, that little. He's just like me when I was young. Tusk tusk. Since you didn't bring my grandson, I won't tell you everything about Demon's Bite. If I tell you, you all compromise. Mad Dog will find source of information. Mad Dog can give it to you directly. Give you a hint. Information gather. Okay, yada 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 yada. Alright, they gave me 50 minutes to do this. Yeah, that's not gonna take no 50 minutes. Let me round up the rest of these losers here. Who are eager to fight. Or eager to die, I guess. Oh, it's another one right here. Oh! Yeah, it's a single dungeon. It's a single dungeon. Doesn't allow me to fight boss for vid. So yeah, that's why I'm in here. I have to run the Okay, let me see what's going on here. So we have to speak with the barkeep. Oh, okay, let me find the barkeep then. Hey, why are you alive? Well, you guys supposed to be dead already. Move on here. Okay, well, my neighbor is calling me, but I can't talk to her now. Okay, where's the barkeep? Barkeep. Oh, there he is. Punk. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Okay. Lee Louie the barkeep. Alright. Ooh, that was treasure chest. They usually give you $2 in these things. This is garbage. Alright, so we have to speak to the drunk bandits. That sounds kind of dangerous. These are bandits that are actually drunk. They expect me to talk to them, reason with them. Okay, yeah, just like I thought. They prefer to fight me instead of talking to me. This guy here. Another one that wants to fight. At this rate, I'm gonna kill everybody. Won't be nobody to talk to in a second. Somebody talk to me. Oh, there he is. This guy wants to talk. All right. Okay, so let's go to the butcher shop. Boo. I need to walk around. Oh, there he is. That wasn't too bad. Butcher is dead. We have to go infiltrate the butcher shop. Black market poacher. We got poachers in here. I hate poachers. They're the worst scum of the earth. Oh boy. But still hostage. That looks like Papilius' sister. And then we have this here. Yeah. Hostage. Lirin. Whoa! Find Dogavi can help you though. She don't order me to investigate Demon's Bite hidden Dogavi. Demon's Bite hidden. Who's behind it? Thug Caldior. Mercenary hired to find Arena after the demise of Nelson's gang. Took over what's left of the group and is trying to control Dogavi. I was captured by him by investigating the place. I know it's shameless, but I have to ask you one more thing. Please rescue my sister. They held in the relic store. He was been flirting with our sister for some time, but none of us were interested in him. Then he took our sisters by force. Oh, wow. This guy's an old scumbag, huh? Okay, let's see what we can do about that. And then we get Papilli out of here. Alright. She gave me some kind of gift. Okay. Alright. What? The hell? Oh, okay, so there's three okay, so my friend is saying that there's three live Astellia streams running. Yeah, it's the last day. Day 1. Alright, so let me see, okay, I need to find this here. Oh, okay. Okay, so they're not letting me in there. I'm not being let in there. Well, we're not gonna... Yeah, this is for later. I have to go around somehow. The door won't open. Oh, okay, there it is. Found it. Kill this guy. Move in here. Limus the drunkard. Okay, Limus, let me kick you. Kick you awake. Come, brother. Your brother didn't help you. Didn't do a very good job, your brother. Okay. Oh, there she is. No idea. My friend is trying to see if he can get me to fight Destia, that boss that I showed you guys earlier. I'm gonna tell him that no idea what's gonna happen. All right. I don't think I'll be one shot though, but yeah. And let me see here. So my friends are starting to come alive now. I'm really starting to regret not getting any sleep. So I do have things to do later on. But it's the last day. Unexpectedly again, just sitting here. Been forced to do this because there's just no choice, right? Okay. So I have to go find another character. You know, this feels like the old days when you used to do questing. So awkward. Doing a this dungeon is the weirdest one. Yeah, Scootsman. Scoots was in my chat reminiscing. We found the smuggler, okay. Ah, finally. We're getting out of this maze. Must still really go to work on these guys, huh? You don't have to do anything. My Stealth's got some serious muscle. Alright, let me get out of this. Get me out of here. Oh, look. Someone is here. Oh, it's a portal? Is my friend here? That's so weird. What's going on? And why is there a portal? I don't need a portal. I think my friend was trying to come in here, and he said he could. Yeah, because the thing is that this is a Yeah, Scoots. Yeah, I'm talking to Curly right now. We talking about you says he doesn't like MMOs. Yeah, he said as much. He's still at least lurking here. Okay, so where are we going now? Underground market. Okay. Okay, let's go and kill this goon. What the heck? That was weird. Wow, this is just about the only piece of questing I've done since I started streaming. And... oh, okay. So you're gonna go and fight these guys now then, I guess. Finally! All this just so I can show you guys the boss here. So annoying that it cost me 4 tickets too.
Yeah, this place is really a dump. There's love, power, and even life on sale here. Everything can be done with money. And that is why you need somebody that can manage the dump, right? And that person happens to be me.
Alright, dump manager. Let's see what you got. You seem to be very proud to be managing this dump, so. Alright, let me see here. Go ahead, Virgo. Are you scared, Virgo? Oh, oh, there you go. My friend tried to solo Destia. That's a world boss. Oh, come on. Use these crappy enemies. Oh my gosh. Gonna kill this guy. You're the Mac Dog of the arena. You're just sitting there. Can I kill him? Okay, he's dead. Yeah, he's pretty rough. Alright, so it looks like my friends want to go and kill Destia, so I guess we're gonna go and try and do that. Easy one, easiest one. This, let me see. 1, 2, 3. I think there's only 3 world bosses. I'm trying to think. Is it 3 or 4 world bosses? I can't remember. There should be 4. Okay, let me ask him. Okay, all 3 of us may try. Okay, so I'm done with the Gavi. Oh, look, my friend is waiting for me there. Somebody's waiting there. Yeah, I don't think I want to go this way though. They put me in the wrong side of the dungeon. I have to work my way to the other side. Oh my gosh! Well, at least I was able to do that. There's no other way. There wasn't a free dungeon like they normally are. All right, let me go to the exit this way. Oh, what? Why do I keep seeing someone here? Is it my friend here? Like, I see the dot, but I don't see the person. I have to leave this dungeon, I guess. This dungeon is so weird. Yeah, we gonna need tanks. We need to bring all our tank Astellias to deal with that. We need to try and heal them. Then he hits pretty hard. Those world bosses are no joke. This tier is the easiest one. Let me see something here. So, Aral Cave. I don't think the Rockford has a world boss. There's no world boss here. So there's only 3 world bosses starting Randelio. So yeah, so it looks like Destia, let me write my friends here for a second. Destia is the easiest world boss. Alright, so I just left Logavi and I'm out here by okay, so what I'm gonna do is just go to Tulia for a minute. So I can help my friends kill Destia of Netherworld. We're gonna make an attempt. He probably kill us. He's a world boss, and you know these world bosses are kind of meant for full expedition type of thing. If we had T3 players, we would probably do it 4 or 5, but you know it's going to be 2 T3 players and a T2. So I have no idea what's going to happen there. Most likely we'll die.
Are you hurt? I will will keep an eye on your journey.
Are you ready to go?
Okay, so I'm moving over to, let's see here, Randelio. You try to, so you want, he's desperate to die at the world bosses. We've been talking about it for a long time, but since, we haven't had the luxury of a tank for the last couple weeks. I've been trying. I came really close once. A friend of mine promised he will help us, but then he seems to be locked on at the times when I'm not, and vice versa. And I think that it's just that he's probably just logging on for like an hour or so, like for a couple hours or something like that, And I've been like on longer, but then so it's never working out. I really kind of need his help, to be honest with you, because it's a couple of really difficult dungeons that legendary dungeons are supposed to run, Temple of Blessings and Sansara, which is virtually impossible to run without a proper tank. All right, so let me see if we can teleport over to. Where's Astellia here? Palisander. Huh. I don't think he's gonna come in here. Because the other sector's a little too far. Alright, let me see where my friend's at. See if they can meet me to fight Destia. I could also teleport to the other side, to be honest. There's two spots where you can go, and it's not too far. Snake is harder. He wants to see me die on stream. My friend is asking, what does he want? Well, he's asking me to go and fight the world boss by myself. So I'm guessing that's what he wants to see. He wants to see death because he died on his stream. Now I guess it's my turn to die on my stream. So you're gonna go and challenge this world boss. All three of us are gonna take on this guy now. If I have my healer, it'd probably be better. But then my DPS. She's a T3 scholar, but and she can do her damage, but she's not a DPS. So I'm not sure which is gonna be better. Oh, I see my friend up ahead. So let me go and see Curly. He's another streamer. He's streaming as well. He's out there with his bunny jumping around. Alright, so so let me see if so apparently according to Kit, there's 3 different streams going on for the ending of Astellia. And we got 2 of the 3 streams. TP to Randelio. Then to south of our branch. Then run to Tulia outskirts. Okay, is that correct though? Let me make sure. Yeah, I think that sounds right. See, I don't think there's no world boss in on there's Kit. Alright. Where is Where's that? Okay, so here we're about to fight one of the world bosses. There's 3 of us, 2 T3s and a T2. Why, oh why, you want to ruin my peaceable stream? Alright, so we're looking for Destia now so we can fight him. Wow, I don't even have 2 tanks. I'm gonna have to get the other tank real quick. Let me get my Virgo, because yeah, this is gonna be rough. I got 3 tanks out and a couple healers. Yeah, I should probably get my Scala if this goes sideways. Leroy Jenkins. When? So not if, so when? Alright, so here he is. And where's Kit? Running circles around them. Running circles around Destia already. Where's Kit? Why is Kit? Why is Kit far away? Where did he go? He went all the way to Tulia? What? Why is he all the way in Tulia? We're supposed to come to the outskirts. Oh no. Well, that sucks. Oh man, he's getting really comfy with my time. Like, why is he wasting our time like this? I don't know if anybody's here. Doesn't seem like anybody is. Okay, there she is. Now she answered. Okay, so this is cool because we haven't done this in a long time. Let me invite Sybil, which I spoke to a couple days ago. Aldous is level 38. He's gonna die. He's a tank, so who knows? Maybe he might survive. I don't know. Looks like he probably left. Okay, so that's what we have. I don't see Sybil. She's not answering. Oh, Sybil did answer. Okay. Wow, that's cool. We have an expedition of 5 people. So we're gonna do something stupid here and trying to kill this boss. What the f... 12 o'clock, so it's 7 hours. Sybil. Is Sybil here? Okay, so Sybil is not answering. Got to go to all chat because she's not listening. We on expedition chat. We are killing world bosses. Hey, what the heck? What the hell, man? Okay, here they are. So we're killing world bosses today. Okay, guys, so we're sitting here getting ready to fight this in another world. Let me ask Gala, how long would it take to get tank? Okay, we can fight him. Okay, so there we go. So here we have, you know, a bunch of, you know, these are the final people in Astellia. We were able to get 6 people to join us. So we're gonna go ahead and attempt to fight the world boss now. Okay, so here it is. Yeah, at some point I'm thinking that once we hurt him enough, we start unleashing some crazy skills and stuff. Uh-oh. The Oracle can revive them. Oh, she did. Nice, very good. Good job. Okay, we're doing pretty good DPS here. I can use my glare and stay away. Keep some distance. Oh, Aphelia's not responding. There she is, finally. Yeah, you know, I think it's what we need. Okay, so okay. Okay, I have to get my healer because you know we're getting thumped pretty hard. I have to use my T3 healer for shielding and things like that, you know, because without the shielding, you know, we're not gonna make it. So yeah, that did not go well. You know, challenging world boss is always, you know, a very challenging thing to do. So let me see if I can get my healer now. Yeah, that lightning is pretty brutal. You're gonna need shielding for that one, and then hopefully that's enough. Not sure if it will be, but at least I'm gonna use some. I'm not sure if the other healer was using shielding or not, but I'm gonna definitely be using shielding here and see if we can make it work. And that's the easiest of the world bosses too. There's three of them, and he's the easiest one. So
Seika!
It's an honor to be with you.
all right, so let me make an attempt and see where we're gonna go. I had to teleport back to Rendelia. All right, let me make sure everything's good
Are you
here.
hurt? I will keep an eye on your journey.
You can go anywhere the wind blows.
Okay, so we're going to Rendelia. I'm not gonna DPS much because I'm gonna have to protect the team, and that's gonna be the only thing. I'm not sure how I'm gonna time the heals because well actually the shields. The heals, you know, I got plenty of heals. That's a cleric, a full-blown cleric, so she has all kinds of healing skills. The problem is actually shielding, like how to time it. I'm, you know, this is probably the second time I fought him, and the last time I fought him was probably like a year and a half ago, something like that. So you know, I don't exactly know what the mechanics are. All I know is that as you hurt him more, he just gets harder and harder, and his attacks become more vicious. So I'm gonna have to
Do you want to go somewhere?
if we don't beat this guy, then we can't beat the other two. The other two are, you know, tougher even. The Manigal hits probably twice as hard as Destia does, so we can't survive Destia. Might as well just give it up. um, I wonder if they buffed this guy too, because there's a time when you know you had just regular legendary people attempting to fight to challenge this boss. So I wonder if at some point they, because it seems to me that they were Yeah, Kitsune. Yeah, it's one of the many mistakes in this game. It's Miho, and then somebody said Kitsune. I think that must have been someone trying to do the Korean translation, and I have to really go to work. This is gonna be really, really tricky to do. Okay, so everybody's this way. Okay, I'm going up there now. Alright, so now everybody's here. Guy that's missing, and Okay, so let's see here. Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, we're still sitting here trying to figure out how we're gonna beat this world boss, and if we can even do. We just lost a party member, so now I have no idea how we're gonna get this done. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here though. Yeah, I think that yeah, if we already kind of short. We don't have a tank, and you know we kind of short. Let me see if I can create a Discord invite. Yeah, this is kind of rough. It would be nice to bring. Yeah, I don't see how we're gonna survive this, but we can try. We can try and outlast him. Okay.
Bear down on the godly honor.
Ida, I was waiting for you to call me.
Oh boy. Okay, so they want to. I don't know if they want to run a dungeon or what. Yeah, we won't be able to finish this. Oh well. All right, yeah. So we don't have a tank. Okay, so they want me to just bring my healer in there, but yeah, not sure if I can bring your DPS is really lacking though. So they're gonna have to. Alright, let's go with 2 scholars. Okay. Legendary Dungeon, Farming Party of 4, Legendary 2, and Raw Cave. That's the dungeon with the dragon. Then I think after that I'm gonna just end the stream, take a little bit of a break, and then come back later on to continue the tour. So I was touring when my friends came in. Party of 4, Legendary 2. Okay. Looks like you can't beat the world bosses, but at least I'll be able to show them. I'll show. I think already I was able to capture the second boss in Lentheth, and this is Rondelo, so that's gonna be Destia. So then I guess the only other one that I need to show is Dun Manigal from Athlon, and that's it. We don't have to fight them. We don't have to beat them. So as long as we show them, you know. Yeah, those guys obviously hit pretty hard. We weren't able to do anything against Destia. We were severely underpowered. So we need a tank, really, you know. Yeah, not having a tank is, it's really a problem here. Oh boy. So I'm here just waiting for Kit. Yeah, so after this, what we gonna... Oh, somebody sent me a mail. Okay, this is an old mail from what happened at Avalon. Okay, so yeah, that's old mail. And if we check Avalon, we still way ahead. And there's no movement in enemy camp. So yeah, looks like it's probably a wrap this time, because they don't have a lot of time, and they're down by over 1.25 million points. So yeah, it's gonna be kind of mathematically impossible for them to win at this point. They need a lot of help, and they need a lot of grinding. All right, so let me see here. Okay, so he's in. Alright, time to go. I'm tanking. I'm gonna have to tank. I have to tank small pools. Why is she in the row? do Legendary Dungeon because my friend wanted to film, and so do I, but you know, for that matter, I'm trying to get that that dragon, the iconic Astellia dragon. Oh, that's rough. what happened there? Well, yeah, I died. I don't know. It looks like my buff, my reincarnation buff went off just before I died or something. I was trying to concentrate on the heals, and I didn't realize that my buff wasn't on. I should be able to use reincarnation there. So something happened with my reincarnation buff. It's just the timing of it. Oh wow, that's a rough one. Okay, let's try again.
Did you get hurt? Be careful in your travels.
Alright, so let's go back in there. Dungeon. Fire party of 4 hour cave. Yeah, this is a T2, so it's a pretty difficult dungeon, and we have a T2 player there. So yeah, that's Curly. That's the other streamer. You know, he hasn't been playing this game for that long, only for like a month or two, a couple months. You know, just trying to play Astellia and cover the ending of the game, given there was a dead MMO. That was kind of like his motif. You know, he likes to stream weird games. You know, or games in weird situations. All right, so. The timing on reincarnation wasn't that great, but I should have probably had. Yeah, I made some mistakes in there.
Ida is waiting for me home.
Yeah, we have to kill the ads for sure, but you know, I'm busy healing people. I can't DPS when people are getting hammered, so we have to kill the ads, but you know, healing is my top priority. I ended up tanking there for a second too, which is not good. I have to go that way.
It's an honor to be with you.
I can tank pretty good, but that's kind of like difficult to deal with, you know. Oh wow. So let's see here. So we got 5.5 hours to go. You kind of need to get going a little bit. hate these AoE because no matter what you do, you seem to get hit by them. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Okay, so yeah, I can't save Curly because, you know, the fire outside, he's outside the bounds. So it's not going to be easy to get him where he's at. It's going to be very difficult indeed. You have to beat him without Curly. We got a cutscene here. Okay. There you go. All about security. Into that fire got up, yeah. Boy, this dragon is gonna be so difficult to deal with. Cutscene. Try to see what you're gonna do about this guy. here. Good job, guys. Okay, that's a good victory right there. Very nice. um, yeah, we can try and run library. They're asking me if they want to run another dungeon. We can run library. The Rock Cave, that's a good run right there. The first boss was a little bit rusty, so I haven't run this for a few months. But then once we got a hang of it, we were okay. Yeah, currently he's just a T2. He's on hard mode. He's doing pretty good, considering, you know. These dungeons are not meant for yeah, currently won his first T2 dungeon. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. See us there. Okay, I'm going in. Gonna try library. Then after that, I think I'm gonna take a break. Wow, what a long stream. What a long stream today. Well, it is the last day, so. Oh boy. Oh man, I have to take a nap and then get up. You know, probably like a good 30 minutes prior because I pretty much did everything except the tour. Trying to do the grand tour. You might have to do like an abridged version of that so I can get done on time.
It's an honor to be with you.
Okay, let me make sure I don't have rest sickness since oh boy, long stream. Well, at least we covered a lot of ground today. No luck with Destia.
Did you get hurt? Be careful in your travels.
Okay, going back in again. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so Curly's having difficulties with that invisible bridge. You know, I stood there for a long while, so I'm thinking that they saw me, and they know where the bridge is at. Yeah, this place definitely glitches out sometimes.
On my knightly honor.
to entrance. So we need to kill those nucleus balls faster.
Did you get hurt? Be careful in your travels.
Ida is waiting for you home.
On my knightly honor.
Yeah, we kind of roughed it a little bit. It was a little bit rough. Yeah, we got this. Oh man. Oh boy, there we go again.
Be careful in your travels.
Okay. We got plenty of time, but okay, I'm not sure what we're gonna do because the RT2 player, he's doing what he can, but those hits, are pretty severe, and keeping him alive is really a struggle. We should still be able to win it, though. Interestingly, my mage is also seemingly kind of squishy there a little bit. Seem to be having difficulties. Oh boy, this is rough. Yeah, not having a tank, is really a pain. Having two healers is good, but I don't know. I'm gonna use a buff here. Oh, come on, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna need to shut down this for a while. Need to go.
On my knightly honor.
Yeah, we got a tank problem there. Okay.
Did you get hurt? Be careful in your travels.
Okay, so let me see here. Enter. So let me see how much time we got left. It's gonna be at 7 o'clock, so 5 hours.
Bigger on my knightly honor.
Okay then. Okay then, guys. So thank you for joining me. You know, we did what we could. You know, obviously we have a T2 player, and you know, having to do a lot of rests on him, you know, it's really kind of like, you know, dragging down the resources. So, you know, if you play this again, I have to like cycle him, like, you know, rest him doing one of the cycles, and then doing the second meteor cycle, then try and rest him, then try and run on 3 people for a while, because, you know, trying to rest him every time, it's not his fault, you know. He's on hard mode with the T2 gear, you know. He only been playing for a couple months, just trying to stream and that. So, all right, guys. So thank you for joining me. I'll be ending the stream now. And you know, okay. So the shutdown is gonna be happening in roughly 4.5 hours. A little less than 4.5 hours. I'll say like 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I'll be on at some point prior to the shutdown to see this game, you know, go up in smoke. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'll be shutting down now, and you know, I guess you know, if you guys, you know, come back later, I'll be seeing you then. Okay. So you take care, and you know, I guess I'll see you soon. Bye.